Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very unique musician, Mr. Jeff Healy, and he's going to play a song called See the Light. Jeff?
Can you see the light? Can you see the light of me shining in my eye? Can you see the light? Can you see the light of me shining in my eye? Oh, you know I need you, baby, and I sure ain't gonna tell you no lie. See the light? Can you see the light of warmth shining on my face? Can you see the light, baby? Can you see the light of warmth shining on my face? Oh, my. You know I want you, baby, and I got right on your broken place. Yeah, help me, doctor, I got the blues. Hey! you.
I was wondering what you meant by "but aware of it," I suppose. Is it not great, but aware of it, I suppose? Doesn't that make it worse? So that you're aware of the fact that you're not great? But then you said you lost memory, so I guess being aware of it is a good thing for you. I'm sorry you lost memory. I take it that it's... Yeah, you're alive. Again, some people wouldn't be happy about that. It is good, because you never know what your next mission will be. Maybe it's going to be being a frog and then he gets stepped on or driven over by a car. And you go, oh, geez, I wish I was a human again. That was better than this. Yeah, I got all shit going on with me, and now I may have the big C. I don't know. Got to do tests. But when my doctor sees it, she's not going to be happy. My nurse practitioner. She's not going to be happy. She sounded concerned, but then she has lost memory too. So I think she forgot all about it. But I have an appointment on the 20th, and then she'll probably go, oh, yeah. And then she'll make some tests for me. And then we'll see. But I'm not going to worry about it. It's just the way shit goes. Oh, thanks. I mean, I don't know if that it really is that, but it is a tumor on my chest wall. It's hard and immovable, and everywhere on the Googles tells you that that's the big C. But who knows? We'll find out. And if it's the end, then it's the end. I'm tired anyway. So now what? Oh, I'm going to put the thing up. Now what? I checked on Crafty, and she was laughing, giggling. She's tired. She sounds tired. But she was giggling. So it didn't sound like she was angry. Maybe she's too tired to be angry. I don't know. Well, I won't be doing chemo or any of that shit. If it's the end, it's the end. I'll do whatever I can naturally, but I don't really have the right attitude. Shit, what was I just gonna do? Oh, I forgot what I was gonna do. I was gonna put this up. As a background kind of thing. It's a picture of my nativity scene. Let's see if I can make this bigger. Wait, if I do this, that makes it bigger. My uncle who died lately, he couldn't have treatment. He was too weak. Yeah, by the time you find out sometimes, it's just too late anyway. But, you know, we only get a certain amount of time here. And then we gotta die of something. Just gotta hope it's not painful. That's when it sucks, when it's painful. Yeah, we get that attitude when we're in high school. I remember hearing in high school, life sucks and then you die. Life's a bowl of cherries, and then you have the pits. But then that gives us a shitty attitude. These cute little sayings bury themselves in our brains like worms. And we think that it's trite and funny to say these things, or really we're just programming ourselves with negativity. By the time we realize that, it's already burned in our brains. Well, they say if you can't make through tomorrow, I better make through today. I've never heard that one. I turned it off. What did you turn off? Oh, now I remember what I was going to do. What did you turn off? Oh, wait, maybe I already did it. I did do it. Oh, the mind. Too much chatter. Yeah, but then you start forgetting things. I swear, my grandmother, she had Alzheimer's. Not dementia, thank God. But she had Alzheimer's. And she used to see herself like she was sitting on the step playing with her brother. The woman was like in her 80s, 90s. And her whole body was working just fine. Her body just wouldn't quit. But her mind had already quit. But and I swear to God, it was almost like she just turned her mind off. Because every now and then, she'd remember people. And when she saw me, and I didn't see her that often, when I saw her, she remembered me. She remembered me. Whereas mostly she was only remembering her own childhood. And it was almost like, it's like, you know what? Fuck this world. I can't take this world anymore. This world is not turning out the way I thought it was going to turn out. So she just turned it off and just went back to her childhood. Just expected to see her brothers to play with. Brain reboot. I think they call that a lobotomy. That's a brain reboot, a lobotomy. One of the British girls that came here, she would get one like regularly. Oh, which one was she? She was a sweetheart. She had a boyfriend too. There were like 3 couples that were coming here in the summer with the British crowd. You and, you were one. And Tiffany. I think her name was Tiffany. Front lobe don't work on most people. Yeah. Especially where the critical thinking center is. Is that the frontal lobe? The critical thinking center? Was it Tiff? She would go on like once a month or once every 2 months or something. I didn't know her well enough to try and get her to stop. And who knows? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so I don't like the idea. But her boyfriend loves her, seems to love her. If he didn't think it was right, he'd be the one to step in. You've always thought ahead. Yeah, I'm not even good at thinking at the time. I get preoccupied with the things that I'm interested in, and then I miss things that I should be looking at, but I don't. If it's a new situation. I think ahead in certain things. Like, if I'm running out of cigarettes, and I think, okay, I'm only down to 2 cartons right now, so I should start preparing for more. Or food, or those kinds of things. I like to nest, so I'm always preparing ahead, how things are going to look and how things are going to taste and feel. But say it's got to do with a conversation with somebody or something like that, I don't think ahead. I just deal with the moment to moment. Diversions, yes. It becomes a way of life after a while, diverting yourself. Something's too hard to deal with. Divert. Now it's almost 11 o'clock here. For you, it must be almost 4 o'clock in the morning. What isn't so bad? Diversions? Yeah, almost 4. The problem with diversions is if you get too addicted to them, it becomes your way of life and you're not dealing with what you got to deal with. And that's where I am right now. Because I didn't get any work done today. I don't know why I thought I would. Oh, life isn't so bad. Well, no, really, it's not. If you don't think about it. If you think about it, it kind of is. If you just experience the moment to moment, I don't think it's that bad. I have everything I need. When you get caught up in the meaning of everything and the fact that we're slaves and we don't really have freedom and the fact that we're indoctrinated and all that shit and we're in this giant box and we can't find the walls to get out, then it's not so great. Yeah, like a wrong turn, for example. Yeah. Yeah. Well, who's on? Who can we sit and critique? You don't even know my people. You don't know my crowd that I watch. Unless you've been watching, and I don't know. What? Well, why didn't you come in when I asked you to come in? Yella, come on. Oh, what you doing, babies? This goes up here. Won't let me sync my account so I can choose. Where's my phone? I left it in the other room. One moment, please, Saul. I'm not even sure what syncing is, really. But it asked me to do it, and it won't let me do it. Don't be hard on myself. You got a waggot? Yeah, I got two waggots. Frodo and Samwise. I assume you mean dog. Yes. They're father and son. And I named them after the two main characters in my favorite story. Okay. Rebels on. Oh. Who put that in there? UK lady. Where is she anyway? Where is UK lady? UK lady. She's from your group. UK lady. No, I don't need a job. Still got 73% of my battery. That's pretty good. Okay, Rebel. Miss Cat. Nathan's got one going on. Nathan Benson.
They know the names of all the sex offenders. They know how to weaponize these sex offenders, and they know how to throw them back at YouTubers.
Rex
Be
and
careful out here, man.
Levon's fantasy
The sex
land.
predators are everywhere.
Darlene, he's already did it. I think that's the second time he's already did it within the last fucking hour.
Who's he
He
talking
keeps
to?
doing-
I don't even know what that was for. Some game he's playing.
Hey there! Did you know there's a simple activity that you're already doing dozens or even...
Today, we're going to talk about 9 things you should.
Purple Phoenix. Citizen Zed. Shirtless guitar guy. Page. Jeez, Rebel went live a whole bunch of times.
And I call them out, and I find out that they are associated to that community.
Hold on, let me catch up here. I haven't seen her. No, she hasn't come to one of my last couple lives. Not many others, to be honest. No. Forget that. Forget what?
And they get mad at me for it. When it's like, you were the ones who lied to me. You guys made me believe that you didn't have any connection to that community. It's not my fault you lied to me. That's your fault.
This guy's a trip. This guy, I always equated with Nathan. Like Nathan from your world was Rebel from our world. But Nathan's changed now and he's grown a bit, so. I hear that. She has a lot of she does have a lot of intelligence. I do. I like talking to her. But she's got a boyfriend, so she's probably busy with him.
So, where did the problems lie? Is it because I lie, or is it because they lie? Did I lie to them, or did they lie to me? Because I didn't lie to them. And I remember clearly telling people that I didn't want any association with that community, which was why I even made that series, Make the Community, in the first place. So anybody who donated to me during that time period, you were well aware that I was calling out your community, and you still willingly chose to support me. It made me believe that somehow you didn't have an association with that community, only for me to find out you did. So you guys lied to me.
He's a trip.
And you know, if they weren't doing anything wrong, if it wasn't something that was like,
Okay, Crafty's got people in her chat. They're not teasing her or anything. I don't know how long it's been since anybody talked to her, though.
This one has karma in it. So
She just sounds tired. Not finding a... Oh, hold on. Gotta catch up. Nathan Gruesome Brain. I thought she was pretty cool to talk to. Yep. I did not find it a problem, but then there were other problems. I did not find it a problem. What, her brain? Yeah, no, she's pretty smart. She's as smart as the average bear should be. She was in the military, she said. She could see through them now. Things changed. Yeah. I don't even know what happened to the crowd here. Once I broke off from Pappy, they all left, I guess.
Must have been something you said. I just died in your arms tonight.
A good station, I'm going to keep it. Trying to move the order. You did not know that. Oh. Yeah, we did get on. I really liked them, but then there were problems with a couple of people, and then I saw before Pappy started not doing as many streams, well, I guess after that started really, but after the war started, he put up something pro-Israeli, and I went, oh, I can't. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. When I listen to people talk, especially in England, I feel like they should know better. People in North America are just inherently stupid. But I have higher standards for Britain, and I think that people in Britain should know better. And when they're pro-Israeli, it just drives me nuts. And when they don't see through this whole Muslim invader thing, it just drives me nuts. You guys are part of Europe. You're part of the rest of the world. We're isolated here in North America. People are only as smart as their TV tells them to be. But if you're in Britain, you're part of Spain, you're part of France, you're part of, all kinds of different cultures and shit, and should have more tolerance and understanding. So when I saw him buy into the whole Zionist bullshit, I was like, either I'm going to rip his head off or I'm just going to stop talking to him. So I just stopped talking to him because I don't want to rip his head off. I like him. But I can't deal with the ignorance. I know. And I'm probably under one or two of them and don't even know it. But I see through a lot of them. And I don't have any patience for people who don't try. It's not that I have no patience for people who don't know. I have no patience for people who don't even try. If I show them that there's another truth, a real truth, not the bullshit truth that they get. They don't even investigate it. They just keep on with the same old line. That's willful ignorance. And I'm not willing to tolerate that anymore. It's bad for my health. Oh, it's okay. As far as I'm concerned, it is improved. I'd rather, even if I sat here all alone in my room, just talking to the walls, I'd rather that than suffer fools. I feel much better on my own and not having to deal with people's ignorance, willful ignorance. You know who I'm surprised doesn't come in here anymore was Para in the Philippines. Murph. He used to come in. He doesn't come in anymore. And that I don't know why, because he wasn't part of that group. He did his own thing. But at first I thought both, what's his name? Roger Whittington in my Discord because he was being mean and rude. And everything kind of fell from there. Willful destruction. Talk to you, but I'm a little choked up. Okay, that's all right. Don't worry. I really am fine on my own. I appreciate you being here, but I'm okay on my own. I'm on my own almost all the time. Yes, absolutely. Oh, now I remember him. It was really just an exercise to come out and don't be in hiding. Was to have the stream, right? Because I get used to not being in the public eye, and then I just stay in my relative, seclusion, and I get too okay with it. So at least this way, I'm coming to sit out in my front porch. Safe zone, yes. We don't have to deal with people. I'm safe. But I can't be thinking like that. I can't grow if I do that. I don't think clashing heads with people is really the way I want to grow, but it hasn't been like that all day. Even when my bully was on the panel, 2 of my bullies were on the panel today. 2.5. I didn't feel any clashing going on. There was a little bit with What's Truth, but it really didn't bother me, like. Breathe. Yeah. When it gets too heavy, I do it.
Need Christmas gift ideas for someone in your life? CEO and Husqvarna have you covered with all your Husqvarna must-haves in stock, just in time for the holidays. Canadian Equipment Outfitters, $33.99, 9th line of Innisfil, or shop CEO, CanadaDirect.com.
Brought to you by Napoleon Home Comfort. Experience the difference experience makes. Highway 11 and 93 in the north end of Barrie. NapoleonHomeComfort.ca.
Oh, I'll get in trouble for this one. Oh shit, I just moved something.
At Toys R Us, we are unbeatable this season. We're price matching everything until December 24th. We've got all the hot toys kids really want this holiday. Brand names like Lego, Barbie, Squishmallow, Pokemon, and so much more. Check out our flyer online and shop in store and online today. Your friend, your neighbor, maybe you. Feeling afraid and stuck in an abusive situation is something that could be happening to anyone. But no, there is a way out. There is help. Abuse Hurts has been serving victims and survivors for over 30 years.
Jingles, yes.
Children, men, and frontline agencies.
Best way to get people's
For assistance, call 1
brains in your business. Program with nice little jingles. Forget about Jesus. It's not Jesus' birthday. It's time to spend money. Taking too long, too many jingles. Something, I just changed something and I don't know how. It used to be called the Dock and now it's called Bounce. Time to get lit. Oh shit, 5 more minutes and my computer would power down. Hold on. Plugged in. Hold on, just fixing something. Be right with you. I gotta go on Mrs. J's tomorrow. She's got a live tomorrow. And I'm supposed to mod for her. She had hundreds of people at the last one. Hundreds. I really suck at chat. So I hope I do a good job. Mrs. Jane needs me. Right now she's sleeping with her rabbit. I've had my apron on all day and I barely needed it. Okay. Can't be bad. I hope not. I hope I do a good job for her. Nobody's actually asked me to ever do that except Mrs. J. Like, people give you a wrench, but they don't tell you what to do with it. So I don't usually do much with it at all. It's just, I can check channels. Like, go to channel. But I don't really think that much about wrenches. But this is an awesome responsibility. Mrs. Jane needs me. So I'll be there. I gotta find out what her rules are too. What she wants people kicked for, what she wants people silenced for, and what she'll let go. Yeah, but I have my own rules. You love rabbits too, yeah? Oh, her rabbit is the best rabbit ever in the whole entire world. I love her rabbit. She's so lucky to have the best rabbit on the face of the planet. Best rabbit I ever saw in my whole 57 years of loving rabbits. And never having one. I never had my own rabbit. It's probably a good thing though. My daughter has 2 of them now. And I didn't realize that they have to maintain a certain temperature and all that stuff. So, seems to me like a much more awesome responsibility than just having 2 rabbits to pet. So, I don't know what her rules like. You know, I can go with my rules, but it doesn't mean it's her rules. Me and Mrs. J are so much the same and so much different. She's much more easygoing than I am. I have more of a stick up my butt than she does. So something I might say, hey, that's not right. She might go, let it go. She's pretty easygoing. Almost got one a while back. A rabbit? Good thing I didn't now that I think more about it. Oh, you did used to have one? I used to pray for one. Every night we used to do prayers before bed, right? So kneel down beside your bed, put your hands together, and ask God. Ask the Sky Daddy for something impossible. And wait for it to happen when it won't. Every birthday cake, every wish, like falling star, I always wished for a rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. I want a rabbit. I never got a goddamn rabbit. And then I was somewhere around 12 years old. I went to go see a cousin that had come from overseas to live here in Canada. And they had some money. So they lived in a nice place. They had a nice backyard. And she had a rabbit, my cousin. And I stuck my finger in the cage and it bit me. And that was the last time I never wished for another rabbit ever again. Just from that one bite. And it was my fault. I stuck my finger in the cage. I didn't know the rabbit would be so rude. Then again, I didn't even think about how wrong the cage was. So now my daughter's got 2 of them. She said that she has to keep the temperature, a certain temperature for the rabbits because they have a lower body temperature. Oh, I love this song. I love this song. Patience and strength, I'd say. I'd get one now, but for the 2 cats. Dude, lose your fingers quick. Oh. Dude, I'm not a dude. This doesn't sound like the original. I love this kind of guitar playing. It's like steel guitar. It's not a pet peeve with you, but it's a pet peeve with me with the millennials, the ones that are my daughter's age, and they call everybody dude. Like, no, you're not changing that. I'm still a woman. I'm staying a woman. Don't call me dude. But not from you. It doesn't bother me. Sounds more like it's more like a band than just. Yeah, there's something that don't sound different.
Met a girl that you tried to date, but a year to make love, she wanted you to wait. Let me tell you a story of my situation. I was talking to this girl from the U.S. nation. The way that I met her was on tour at a concert. Yeah. We're Michael and TJ Anger from Anger Group. We're Michael and TJ Anger from Anger Group Roofing and Exteriors.
Some slide going on there too. Oh, on the guitar? Yeah. I believe there are 17 genders. That is scientific too. I am not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, sure how it works. But there is experts. Yeah, the white coats told us. There's 17 fucking genders. So how many different kinds of babies does that make? It's Saturday night, man. That's the night for blues. Now I gotta pick. I got a few blues stations. Blues. That's my favorite. Blues and classic rock. And of course, pop songs. Rory Gallagher. That sounds Irish. I actually don't know all the names. Albert. Shit, what's his name? There's BB King. Albert something. Can't remember his name. But I know I like a lot of his. I didn't grow up with blues. I discovered blues later on. So I just listened to the beats and the songs, but I don't know much about it. If it's pop music or classic rock, I can say a lot about that. The blues I just love, and I don't know any of the brands or the musicians or nothing really. Robert Cray Band. See, I'm listening to the radio, so I'm not picking the songs. It's that bass. The bass is always a good feature of the blues. What am I hearing? Oh, I think that's rain. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta climb up the side of the bathtub. Hold on. Yeah, it sounds like rain. Hitting the flashing on the windows. Oh, shit. Yeah. Can you hear that? It's not usually that loud. I wonder if somebody put something on the roof that's making it sound like that. I move like an old person, but I can still climb. I see like an old person too. Sounds all right to me. Yeah. Yeah, you can hear that? It's fucking loud. I know, I was gonna smoke a joint. Cigarette went out anyway. See, now I don't even know if this is just part of the same song or a brand new song. Careful clambering about. Yes. Yes, I do have to be careful. Because if I fall, there's nobody here to pick me up. I can't climb up on the counters anymore, though. I have to use it. I don't have the strength in my arms to pull my whole body up anymore. Because I used to just climb up on the counter. I didn't worry about having a step ladder. But I have a step ladder now anyway, so I don't have to climb on the counter. That used to be the only way to get to the top of the cupboards. Oh, this is Eric Clapton. I know Eric Clapton. I didn't know this was his song, but... Do you know who Jeff Healey is? He's the one I started this stream with. This last stream that I just started now. How many years ago? hour and a half ago. Okay, yeah, that's who I started this with. He's my favorite musician. If you can pick a favorite, he's my favorite. He was Canadian born, Toronto born, I think. But in Ontario, born in 66, same as me, we're the same age. But he had cancer when he was born, I think. He got over it, and then near the end, which made him blind, he was blind, and then near the end, I think it was his 50th year, our 50th year, he died. Now really, I'm really sad that he died. You're 58? When you download our new official free app. You're 1 year older than me.
aardvarkbluesfm.com to download your Apple or Google Play app today.
Hello. There's a life hack for controlling your cell phone.
Oh, I'm really losing the battery.
It's Chatter Mobile, your budget-friendly BFF. With prepaid plans from only $15 a month. With Chatter Mobile, you won't get...
I can plug it in and just put it on the counter. But then I can't DJ for it. Okay, this one's not working.
There's a life hack for controlling your...
Isn't that Eric Clapton's voice? Oh, about Jeff Healey, yeah. Yeah, his cancer came back near the end, and that's what got him in the end. But we got him all those years in between. I was actually in the same theater with him when that movie Roadhouse came out with Patrick Swayze, and Jeff Healey was in that film, and he, wasn't really acting too much because he was just being a musician. And my roommates, they won tickets to see the advanced screening of that movie. And it came with a concert afterwards by Jeff Healey, a private concert, which is 200 of us, in the Masonic Temple, which to me was just a venue. I didn't even understand what the Masonic Temple was. And I was probably like, I don't know, maybe 21, 22, something like that, 22 years old. So we won advanced tickets, advanced screening for the movie. And then afterwards, we all went to the Masonic Temple to have this private concert. And in the movie theater, after the movie was over, everybody was clapping, and then he stood up. He was in the movie theater with us. He was like a few rows behind me to the right. And he stood up and took his bows and everything because everybody's clapping for him. And then we all met over at the Masonic Temple, which is a different building, and had the most amazing concert. Up till then, I only ever wanted to hear the song played like it was played on the radio. I didn't want to hear some kind of, an extra solo, or I didn't listen to albums. I only listened to 45s. And I just wanted to hear the music played the way that it was on the radio. No improvising. But that night, I fell in love with a live concert, and his guitar playing was just so amazing. So amazing. And I fell in love. What's way back? When we were that young? Yeah. Yeah, well, he was young too then. He was only 21, 22. I think it was 22. I didn't get pregnant until I was 23. And I was with a different guy, so didn't have her till I was 24. There was another blues band I used to listen to. They played at the hotel that my boyfriend lived at. So I used to sneak down there, but I wasn't even of age. I wasn't old enough to go in the bar, so I'd have to stand outside and listen. But the leader of the band, he used to come up to my boyfriend's room and buy drugs. So I used to meet him there. And then years later, when I was with the guy who was my daughter's father, Patrick, he worked at a place, and the drummer for that band worked there with him. And James, shit. There was Colin James, and there's something James. There's nobody here to remind me. Everybody's dead. That really drives me nuts. I want to ask my parents something like, how do you cook this? Or what's in this? But they're not around. And then it's, hey, remember such and such? But nobody's around. They're all dead. I may be close to popping my own clogs, but so many people left before me, I actually made it this far. Why did I think you were older? The truth is, the older you get, the more you lose. The older you get, the more you have to lose, I guess. Although, when everybody's dead, the only ones that are alive are like, I'm the oldest one in my immediate family. It's just me and my two brothers, and I'm the oldest one. We have a few aunts and uncles left, but we're not really in touch because, you know, the oligarchy broke down the fucking family. Oh, listen to that guitar. Oh my god, it's like sex. Oops. Gotta plug it in or I'm gonna lose it. No, don't talk. No. Where was I? No. Oh, no. It's the only one I had that station on. Maybe I can find it on the interwebs here. I'm going to catch up to the chat. It really is true. I don't know. I just find that I've lost most of what I had anyway. I mean, I'm just kind of marking time now. I don't have anything I want to accomplish except be closer to my grandson, And that seems impossible. So what else is there? I don't, it's not like I ever wanted to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. I don't have any other, all I ever wanted to be was a mom, and a really great one. And now a grandmother, maybe even a great grandmother. There's no way I'll live that long, but that's my thing. That's my wheelhouse. That's what I enjoy, is children and teaching and raising people. Nobody needs me anymore. So what's the point? I really don't care that much. Jason. Which Jason? Sharon Binks. Do you know a Sharon Binks? Hold on. It's going to be a soundboard. Watch. Hello. Oh, what happened?
Oh,
Sorry. Hello.
hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm not bad, thank you. No, I was just chilling around the internet.
Yeah.
And I discovered your channel.
Cool.
I'm a bit drunk, but that's how it goes.
Can you tell me why
Are you all right?
Yeah, can you tell me why your thing registers to a Sharon Binks?
Yeah, that's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend's name.
Right. That's
Yeah.
cool. I
How
guess
you
you're from
doing?
England. Great, thanks. I'm doing great.
Yeah, I'm from England, yeah. I'm a bit drunk tonight, though. Sorry about that.
Okay. Saul Goodman in the chat. He's also from England.
Where is he? Where is he? Is he in the chat? And I'll see him.
He's in the chat, yeah. If you look in the chat.
Is he?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Saul Goodman. Oh, yeah. He's the only one in your chat. But yeah. Hello there,
yeah.
Saul. Yeah. How are you doing, though? Is your name Katrina?
No, it's Cat, Miss Cat.
Okay, how are you doing, Miss Cat?
Great. I've had a pretty good day.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What were you doing? Did you just wake up, or are you still? I guess if you're drunk, you're still awake from Saturday.
Well, I've had a pretty shit day, to be honest.
Yeah.
Pretty shit day.
Why?
Yeah.
Why was it?
Well, my dad just died, and I've just got back from his funeral, and so things are pretty shit. But me and him never saw eye to eye.
Right.
So it's not that bad, but it affects you, though. You know what I mean? It affects you. So I don't know what to fucking think and feel at the moment.
Both my parents have died, and when my father died, it was a much different experience than when my mother died. And same-sex children, you usually have more of a problem with the same-sex parent, right? So my mother was the thing. When my father died, I was always so close to him. And when he died, everybody thought that my whole world was going to end. But my mother, we did not have a good relationship when she died. And that one bothered me more. when she died, because it's like
bothers you, yeah?
unfinished business, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, I
this,
get you, man. Yeah,
yeah.
it's like, and how you gonna sort that shit out now when you can't sort that shit out now? You know, they're gone.
Well, I guess it all depends on where you think they went. Where do you think he went?
Well, a different place where I can contact him.
Where you can contact him, or where you can't contact him?
Well, yeah, somewhere where you cannot contact them. You have to do that shit in the real world when they're still here, not when they're gone. If they're gone, there ain't no way you can contact them, is there? Come on, man.
Well, actually, the way I think about it, my mother, she didn't believe in anything. She said, when you die, it's just blackness afterwards. You're done. But I don't believe like that, and my dad didn't believe like that, and I felt like now my mom's gonna know everything, right? So when your dad went,
Yeah.
I would think that now he can see into your heart, he can see into your brain, he can read your energy. He knows how you feel probably better than how you know you feel right now. And so everything is now settled. Everything is now peaceful. There's no more anger. It's done. He's not angry at you
Well,
anyway.
that's nice, yeah.
Huh?
Thank you for that. Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
I'm trying to figure out what's gonna make me feel peaceful about this shit, man.
Right. Yeah, it's all a matter of what's in your heart, and what's in your heart isn't just anger, it was frustration because you loved so much and it wasn't going the way you needed it to go. Right? But the love is there, and he knows that. He can feel it. He knows it. You don't have to worry about contacting him because he's already here. So he can feel you, and he knows exactly what's in your heart. So he knows that it's not anger, that it's really love.
Well,
And that's all he has now too, as far as I know. That's all he has now, because that's all there really is. The rest of it's just something we make up while we're here. But once you're back home in the rest of the cosmos, then you know a lot more of the truth. And you realize that all of this was just an act. We're just a play. Who we really are is just love.
how do I get back home?
Well,
I want to get back
you are home.
How do I get back home?
You are home, though. This is still home because you see, when we decided to be here, we didn't decide to be here because we're part of a family. We're all connected. We just picked these ones right now, but we're on our own path, our own journey. We all come here born alone and we die alone. So your journey is not as your father's son. Your journey is as you. So you had these people here. You know, you're in your you are born in your own canoe. Your father and mother are born in their own canoes, and same with your siblings. You all meet up in the same house to benefit each other, and then things start to break apart to make new formations, right? People get married, have their own children. It's the way you came here to be. If your name is Jason, you came here to be Jason. You just happen to be so and so's son, but you are here as Jason. So their canoe went off into a different river, but you're still on the river you're supposed to be on. So you're exactly where you're supposed to be.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
That's comforting. That's comforting.
Sorry? What
That's
did you
comforting.
say?
That's comforting.
Oh, that's
It's
good to know.
comforting. It's comforting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's a lag. I'm sorry about that. What is Saul Goodman saying? Two souls, dreadfully distinct, perishing and clashing in dreams for being interlinked. I would argue with that,
That's
Saul.
poetic. That's poetic. That's poetic.
It is very poetic. Yes, very.
He's a poet.
But I would argue with the logic because we are not dreadfully distinct. We are, and yet it's not dreadfully. We are all part of one whole. It's like each one of us is a raindrop. Each one of us is a drop in the ocean, and we are all part of one ocean. We are all family. We're all brothers and sisters. We're all equal light, equal
What do you
energy.
say? We're part of the raindrop of the dinosaurs. I feel I'm a part of them.
Sure. I mean, I'm not sure dinosaurs actually existed, but we are part of the animals, everything that exists.
Why not?
Of all of it.
Why not? Why not?
There's just some question. If you know anything about the shadow governments and the way that things work behind the scenes, not that any of us really know, but if you know about those things, then you know that we've been lied to about pretty much everything. So when it comes to dinosaurs,
yeah, but hang on, I went to the Jurassic Coast. I went to the Jurassic Coast.
Right.
And if you look at all the layers, the sedimentary layers, 190 million years ago, if you go down that far,
right,
I dug out a vertebrae from an ichthyosaur.
Wow. Well, see now, I could find an argument for that, but like when I say argument, it doesn't mean I would want to have an adversarial thing with you. It's just like we sit here and philosophize about everything, right? So to find out, to use my critical thinking, I could say, A, that is fucking awesome. Excuse my language. Excuse my French. That is really awesome that you had that opportunity to be able to look down that far in the layers of the earth. That's really effing cool. At the same time, I feel like they could have. I just bought my grandson something where it's like a rock and he gets little tools. It's a National Geographic thing, and you can break it apart and do like what you just did with the exoskeleton, but get gems out of it, right? So there's gems that are planted in these rocks. And I would think that if this was an expedition, that either people did this in a university or people paid for it, that they might do the same thing and bury these bones in the rocks so that one day you go out and tell the people that you saw and handled the exoskeleton of a dinosaur. Whereas this oligarchy that runs us, and you're going to sound crazy if you don't think about these things, but they lie to us about everything. That's why there's people who think that the earth is flat, because they're like, well, they lied to us about everything. They could be lying about the very earth we're standing on, right? And then people start thinking, oh, well, this and this and this and this, and then they think the world is flat. So it's a broken heart thing when you find out that you've been lied, but we have been lied to about just about everything. So we never. You're the only person I know who's actually handled it.
How would you go about testing what you think is true versus what
Ah,
somebody else thinks is true.
this is where the spirituality has to come in,
What
because
would
many
you
of us,
do? What would you? Hang on a minute. 1
yeah,
minute. 1 minute.
yeah.
What would you do? Because I dug a fossil from 190 million-year-old rocks,
Mhm.
and I found a vertebrae looks just like a vertebrae you might see now.
In what? A vertebrae
All
in
the
what?
evidence, a vertebrae in the backbone.
What, a human or a specific animal?
An ichthyosaur.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about something different now. Sorry. Yes, you got to.
Yeah.
Yes, you could. Yeah.
Well, how. So it was dug out from a layer of rock that is thought to be 190 million years old,
Hmm.
and you're telling me that maybe somebody dug it out 5 years ago, and they're lying to me?
Well, that they planted it and then had expeditions that people pay for, or the university takes them to, because the way that the oligarchy has managed to have all this control and lie to us about pretty much everything is that they have to plant seeds in people. And so if they plant their seeds in, like, say 100 people, and then those 100 people go out and say what they've seen because they saw it with their own eyes and handle it with their own hands, and they were told that this was real. So they go out and they tell 100 more people. Now you got 1,000 people who think that they know something that they don't actually know, right? So, and imagine over all the generations that have come since certain things have been planted, seeds in our minds, and people start to think that that's naturally true, right? So it's a very complicated plan, but it seems, if you take it apart, you can see it every time. You can see the fact that it was a lie every time. But you have to think about taking it apart first, because we take so many things as givens, right? Gravity. We've been told gravity. It keeps us on the ground. And we see it every day. And, the trees all are facing up, and we're all facing up. So you don't even question it.
Yeah.
But now I've met people who
Why
actually
should I?
question. Right. But I've met people who actually question it and say, first of all, it's the theory of gravity. It's never been proven as fact. That didn't even enter my head.
What is a fact? What is a fact?
Something you can prove.
Yeah, how
And
do
the
you
fact
prove
that,
anything?
well, for many millennia, I believe we've all been facing up and with our feet on the ground and always falling to the ground. So I would
How do you
say,
prove that, though? How do you
I
prove
don't
that?
know. I don't know. But that's the thing. We take it as
So,
fact because we assume it's proven.
yeah.
But we have to think about what to take
No,
apart.
what is proven to you? What is proven to you? If I said to you,
Mhm.
your blood contains red blood cells and white blood cells and a bit of water and some other, molecules, would you believe me or not?
I have to ask you a question. Are you Crinkle? You're
Me?
Crinkle. Aren't you?
What?
Yeah. Are you Crinkle?
No.
Okay, because I hear Crinkle
What,
in your voice.
sprinkle? Hello?
Crinkle.
Well, no.
He's an adorable
No
troll.
idea what sprinkle is.
He's just an adorable troll.
No.
That's all. You don't think so,
No.
Saul? Okay. I couldn't keep up with you, Saul, in the chat. I'm sorry. Where was I?
What I
I can't
asked you
I can
is,
prove anything.
can
I
I ask?
can't
Can
prove
I ask
anything.
you?
Uh,
Can you prove anything? Can you prove
no,
anything?
I can't even
If
prove
I
that I'm
ask
here.
you, okay, well, if I said to you, your blood consists of red
Yeah,
blood cells, white
right.
blood cells, and some other fluid that I don't
Mhm.
know what it is, what would you do? What would you say? Would you say that's true? That's not true? And
I
can
would.
you prove it or disprove it?
I can't prove it or disprove it, and I take that as fact because that's what I've learned. So I don't have anything else to.
Right.
But I do believe that a layman with the right equipment could prove it. So
Uh,
I believe that if it
right.
wasn't true, somebody would have told us by now.
Right. Okay, so if I could prove it to you by showing you under a microscope that your blood consists of blood cells, it's not just a pure liquid, it's not,
No, yeah.
infinitely
Right.
divisible.
Right.
Your blood, consists of cells, and I
I've
can
seen
show
video
you
of it
that under a
supposedly.
microscope. And I can show you that under a microscope, then what's true and what's not true.
Okay,
Can you
but then
say that after I've shown you that the blood is pure fluid?
no, of course I wouldn't think that. Although there are ways, if you were that evil, there would be ways to fool me. But yeah, if I'm looking through what looks like an honest to goodness microscope and it doesn't look like it's actually, that a video is going to, appear in the front of it and I'm not actually seeing through. Like, there are ways to fool people. However, what I'd have to find out what the point of lying to me would be, right? So, but see, the thing is, you can now show me under a microscope that there are cells that make up this total liquid, right? But how do I know what a cell is? Right? How do I
Well,
know
a
what a cell
cell,
is?
a cell is described. Well,
Yeah,
a cell is
I know all that, but
well,
how do I
a
know that
cell.
that's the fact?
Well, a cell is described by science as something that is encapsulated and fluids and molecules go in and out, and you can actually see that there's a barrier that these fluids and molecules enter into and exit out from, and it's clearly a spherical object that we call a
I don't
cell.
think I don't think
And you can
spherical is
observe this. You
I
can
don't think
observe this.
spherical is part of
Well,
the definition
well,
of cell.
approximately spherical. But you can observe this under the microscope.
Yes, but what I'm saying is I could see that and it could just be paint. A cell is a box you put things in, or it already has
Oh
a
no,
state. Pardon?
no, but it's not paint, because you can cut your own finger. You can put a drop of
I know
blood
it's not paint.
onto a microscope slide.
Yes.
Well,
But it's been
you
what
can
I'm
cut
saying
your own
is
finger.
it's
You can
been
cut.
defined for me. I don't actually know that that's what a cell is or that that's what a cell does. It's been defined for me and I just
No.
believe it.
Well, no. If you cut yourself open and you care to put your flesh under the microscope, you will find every single tissue in your body, including your blood, consists of cells.
I know.
There's no denying that this is true.
No. I'm saying the definition of a cell. I'm looking at these things, these boxes that have things in them and things coming out of them, but I don't know what I'm seeing. I'm taking the word of the person whose microscope it is, that what I'm seeing are cells and that they have this function. But again, no matter how far you go, there's always going to be another definition, another state of being to go into. And I'm just taking the word of the hippie scientists that this is what they are.
Well, these are people that
philosophical discussion, right? It's not a scientific discussion.
Well, it's both. These are people that may have studied this stuff, these cells, their whole lives, their whole careers. And so they've been examining these, what appear to be cells in the microscope. And so they see things go in and things go out. And at the end of the day, what's left are cells. And so I don't think you can deny the existence of these entities.
I'm not
Just
I'm
because
not denying the existence of them. I'm saying that to accept other people's word with the definitions, I don't have this equipment. I don't have the more stronger microscopes and equipment that can see inside the cells. Okay, they've seen that there were, they thought atoms were the smallest thing. And then they found out that there were quarks inside the atoms. And then they found out that there's more stuff inside the quarks. So I'm taking the word of these hippie scientists that this is what's going on. But I can't prove it or disprove it.
But yes,
so I
but
can't
how
prove
much
anything.
of it do you take seriously? How much of it do you take seriously and how much do you not? If I was to tell you, Kat, Katrina, that you are composed, you and your family, your mother, your sisters, your brothers, all your offspring are composed of cells, and so are all organisms on Earth.
Yes.
Are you going to dismiss this, or are you going to listen to some experts who can show you
Swear
some
to God, you're
evidence
Crinkle. You
to
are
support?
You're Crinkle, and you gave me this whole story about your dad. Holy crap! You're Crinkle. I know damn well you're Crinkle.
Excuse me.
You're Crinkle.
Hello.
This is what Crinkle does. You're doing what Crinkle does.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
What?
Crinkle does that
Hello.
too.
What does? Sorry, I'm confused. You want to continue this conversation?
Yeah. But I'm not dismissing anything. The whole point is I can't prove or disprove. So I'm not in the state of trying to disprove it at all. Neither am I in the state of trying to prove it. I just accept it. But in actuality, I can't even prove that I'm here, that I even exist.
Well, I believe that there are certain things you can prove to yourself.
Well, I have beliefs. I believe that I'm here. I believe that I exist. Therefore, I exist, right? I think,
Well,
therefore, I
very
am.
good. But how do you prove? How do you go about proving your beliefs?
I can't. And that was my point. I
Well,
can't
you
prove
can.
that I even exist.
Okay. If you don't want to go that far, then the argument is over. But if you want to posit that something exists and something is a product of something else, then you're going to have to, prove or provide some evidence that this is the case.
Well, how can I prove it? You prove it.
Well, I can prove if I go up to the top of a tall building with a 1 kilogram block of clay and let go of that kilogram of clay,
Yes.
let it go, I can predict and I can prove how fast that will accelerate towards the floor, and I can predict how much energy will be imparted once it hits the floor.
Well, I'd like you to prove that you exist first. Because if you don't exist, then neither does that experiment.
Well, I do because I can hear you. I exist because I can hear you, Mrs. Cat. I like you, by the way. I like you.
Thank you. I like talking to you too, whether you're crinkle or not. I can't prove that I exist, so how can you prove that you exist to me? You say you can
All
hear
I have
me,
to do is
but what if
pinch
what if I
myself.
just imagined you? What if I just imagined that I'm talking
Well, I
to my
mean,
screen and I'm hearing something back? What if I imagined that?
maybe we should just agree that nobody can hear each other and nothing exists. Maybe. Let's
Or
say
I'm the
that's a
only one who
theory,
exists.
or is it a hypothesis? Well,
It's
maybe
not-
that's a theory
It's a
we should
stone in
go
the
along
water.
with. And so let's see if the evidence supports your theory or hypothesis.
I kind of like sitting in the idea of I don't really know. I like being in that spot because
I don't know.
something.
I do
It's
too.
challenging. It's challenging because to not
Yes,
try to fill the hole with an answer is very challenging. To just sit there with no answer.
indeed. Indeed.
Because the
Indeed.
mind wants to find an
The
answer.
uncertainty. Yes,
Uh-huh.
the uncertainty is actually what excites me. If you're
Yeah,
certain
in
about
certain things.
anything, then maybe you're probably wrong because the uncertainty excites me.
Well, I'm saying in certain things, the uncertainty is a nice place to vacation. But in other things, like for instance, mathematics, I rely on the fact that 2 + 2
Yes.
equals 4. But in quantum mathematics,
Uh-huh.
that might not be true, right? So it makes me feel uneasy.
Exactly. Yeah.
In one way, it's thrilling
Yeah.
to think of the fact that 2 + 2 might not equal 4, but on the other hand, it's very disturbing because it took me a while to even accept that quantum science existed,
Yeah.
because I was like, no, math is an absolute. That there's always the correct answer. Everything has to work out. That's the
Yeah.
beauty of math, right? But really, the
Yes.
beauty of science is math can be manipulated.
Yeah.
not
I
not
agree completely. And this is what excites me about mathematics.
Then
The
again,
quantum mechanics.
yes. Yes, yes,
The
but
uncertainty excites me.
but see, in actuality, if anything exists, if the universe exists, there are rules. Even if they're quantum rules, there are still rules. So even in the quantum world,
I think
there
I
would be
agree.
still some absolutes.
I agree, but can you describe those absolutes? Or are they in some kind of super state?
Oh, I don't know the lingo, so I'm not sure what super state is. Um,
A super
I'm a,
state is a
I'm a
quantum
thinker,
state
but not much
where
of a reader.
things may exist in. Okay, I enjoy your enthusiasm to look beyond the blinkers.
Yeah,
I
we need to
enjoy
teach our
your
grandchildren to do it.
enthusiasm. That
Well, thank you,
yes.
sir.
What do you think of religion?
Well, that's where we can get into the absolutes. um, I think that organized religion is a psyop. All of them. All of them. However, I do think that the Jews have a handle on the science of spirituality because there's a scientist that I follow. He's my favorite, and he's not bad to look at. His name's Greg Braden, and he's everything. He's a musician, he's a
Okay.
geologist, he's
That
sorry?
yeah. Go on.
Okay. So he I just heard from him recently two very amazing things. One is that in the book in the Bible in Revelations, in the Christian one, in Revelations, there's a second half to it that a researcher found in the Vatican libraries, right, where they hide all the shit. They hid the book of Thomas, and there's a second half to Revelations. And I believe that right now I don't believe in a sky daddy. I don't believe in any of the organized religions at all. None of them. But I do believe that there are certain truths that shine through that haven't been manipulated. And whether Revelations was planned and written into the book so that they could then say this is prophecy when really they planned it, or not, there's a second half. And the second half, the guy, John, or whoever it is that wrote the Revelations, he asked the entity, is that it? Like, it has to end this way? And that this entity, I don't know who it is that this guy's talking to, but says, no, it doesn't have to end that way. But everybody turned their heads. And so this guy says, I'm listening. And it turns out that the alternate ending is 1,000 years of peace. So these are all possibilities that we can make happen with our energy. But these things are taken from us. So I think organized religion is all a psyop to divide us and confuse us and take away the truths. Like, I believe that Jesus existed. I believe he was a teacher, and I believe he was close to spirit, and he was trying to teach us how to be close to that. We all have this magic. We all have the same magic that the oligarchy has, that Jesus had. Then, we all have that magic. We just have to believe.
Yeah.
We have to know that we have this energy and that we can command that energy. That's our magic, is being able to command that energy. If we can use our energy the way that we should be able to, then none of this bad shit has to happen. None of it. So I believe that there are cool. That's cool. I like that. I believe that there are absolutes that we're working with, that no matter what we do, it's all going to turn out okay, because it's all meant to be all okay. So things like how we use our energy,
what if the
the
supreme
absolutes.
What if the supreme creator came back to you and said, after we prayed to him, We made all our calls to him, and he came back to us and said, the answer to your problems is not to divide you into believing in 3 separate gods, 4, 5, 6, or 7, but you are all one. You are all human beings who need to love each other, because if you don't love each other, it can only lead to hate that will surely lead to distinction of the species.
Well, I don't believe that there is like a personality as the creator. I believe that the creator is all the energy. It's all the energy in whatever it is that we exist in. And that each one of us is a piece of that energy. That's why it says in the Bible that
I
we
agree.
are
I agree.
created in God's image. God's image is energy, and we are energy. So, but I don't think that
I
God
agree.
would
I agree.
I don't think that God would come down and talk
Are
to
there
me like
certain
as a
sections
person.
of energy? Has it been divided up? Well, when one part of the energy may claim this, and another part of energy may claim that. And so we have different energy claimers on Earth.
Claimers. Saul, I really wish you could. I know you said you're not ready,
Energy
but
claimers.
I really wish you could
Yes.
come up here, talk to us. Because I can't, I'm so bad at reading and comprehending and then
Are you
listening and
referring to
comprehending.
me?
No, I'm telling Saul in the
Are you
chat because
speaking to me?
no, I'm telling
Oh,
Saul in the
okay.
chat because he was part of I was talking with him, and then you came up, and you're welcome to be here. But then I have trouble doing both the
Thank you.
chat and
Thank
the. So I'm just apologizing to him because I'm not
Okay.
keeping up with him. And the more words, the less I can keep up. So I'm just apologizing. So you were
Well, I'm
saying
here. I am an eternal being. I'm willing to sit here and debate why humans are evil to each other. Why should we choose one over another? Why should we do that? To me, this is evil.
The choosing is the evil?
One religion, one race, one ethnicity. Why should we do this when we are all the same species? We are
Because
all
the
human
oligarchy, the
beings.
shadow government, they want us to believe that. They put that in our
But
heads.
do you
somehow,
believe that? They may
No.
want you to believe that. Do you actually believe this hate?
No. Oh, yes,
Why
yes.
would you go
I
along
believe
with
there's
their
hate,
hate
but I don't believe
narrative?
it's right. What? I didn't hear the last part.
Look, do you even believe it?
That there is hate? Oh, definitely. I've seen it.
It's up to you to follow. It's up to you to follow these narratives. Why would you allow somebody else to tell you what to think of somebody else?
I don't.
Why?
I don't. I just said, you asked me if I
Neither do
believe.
I, and that's good.
You asked me if I believed that there was hate. And yes, I've seen it. I know that there is hate. That doesn't mean that I'm doing that hating. I have felt hate though, but it's a human thing to feel it.
Who do you
It's another
hate?
thing to let it
Who
guide
do
you.
you hate? Who do you hate?
The oligarchy.
Katrina.
The oligarchy. The Zionists.
The oligarchy.
The Zionists that run the world.
Are they Jews?
They call themselves that, but they're not really. The real Jews are not them. The real Jews are the ethnic Jews. They're not Zionists. They're from the quote-unquote Holy Land. They are the real Jews. But these Jews, the Zionists, are
Why
from
do you hate
Europe.
them? Why do you hate?
Because they
Why
kill,
so much
because
hate?
they
Why?
make genocide on my people. They are making a Holocaust on Palestinians. Those are not the real Jews. The real Jews wouldn't do that. These are Zionists from Europe
Is there a
and the
way?
United States.
What do you see the solution to this problem?
So you want? Yeah. Thank you for asking me that, because that's the most important thing to be talking about. I spent decades with my hate. So to me, the solution was they need to all be buried under the ground after they all go through war crimes court and humanity court, human crimes court. So, but that's not the answer, because dark does not beat dark. And now that I know, after all these years, that everything's about energy, then the way to beat dark is light. You need to shine light to beat the dark. And so dark on its own cannot beat light, but light on its own can beat dark. Therefore, the answer has to be in higher vibrations and not more of the same hate. Like, as if I can hate them more than they hate me, then I can kill them because I can help kill them with my hate. That just still makes everything dark. So it has to be a way of understanding and compassion. And I'm doing that bit by bit.
I agree.
All I can do is
agree, and
my
I
own
commend
stuff.
your humility.
Thank you so much for using those words. Thank you. Thank you.
I agree.
I am trying.
I agree with you.
Cool, brother. Saul Goodman probably agrees with us, but let me see what I kept his one that says life is a miracle up on the thing. Okay, let me go back a few. I believe that everything has a purpose, a place, and a reason to happen. See, matter is strange stuff. Sometimes ignorance is better than awareness. Yes. Quantum says variance. Shit. That would have been good to read at the time so I'd know what he meant. Rules with boundaries. Again, it's part of the secret teachings of all ages. Oh, I like that. You're such a poet, Saul. I would say that we should love our brothers and our sisters. I guess the only thing I can draw on from the Bible that actually is not practiced. Yeah, everybody who says they're Christian, they all they do the opposite. That said, the breakdown of individualism has caused the apathy. The breakdown of individualism has caused the apathy. The breakdown of the individualism. You mean the breakdown making more individualism? The breakdown of the whole? But see, somebody told me, his name's Newt Guru, he put something in my mind that I hadn't thought of before, was that we can't, I hope I can do this justice, we can't.
He's quoting from somebody else. Breakdown of the individualism.
No, he's quite smart.
I'd like him to come here and justify what he's saying there. Because there's a lot to be unpicked right there.
I'm stuck on this sentence, though. This breakdown of individualism. Is that, how do you get smaller than individualism? So maybe he means the breakdown of the whole to the individualism. But that leads me to what New Guru had told me, was that we can never see God, right? Creator. We can never see the creator because we can never see the whole because we're part of it. It's like, if
Yeah,
we're all pieces of the whole, then there's always going to be some piece missing that we can't see because we're it, right? So there has to be this
exactly. Yeah.
individualism. Because I was saying to him, well, what do you think is the point of existing? And he said, to know that we exist. And I was like, what good is that? Like, how does that feed you? Well, just to know that we exist. And apparently that's the thrill of it. I don't see it, but it's a theory or it's a way of thinking. So I honor it as a way of thinking. So the individualism is necessary.
Breakdown of individualism seems to me that is the build up of collectivism, where we look out for our fellow neighbors, our friends,
Oh, I see.
people
Yes, you're
nearby.
right. Yeah. I kind of have a skewed way of
Individualism
looking.
is thinking for yourself. The breakdown of that surely
Is
leads to
collectivism.
thinking about your neighbor, your friends, your
Yeah,
neighbors, everybody around you, your family.
but that's a good thing. But we're here for our own selves,
Yes,
right?
I agree. I am
But it's
an
a good thing to respect all
anti-individualism
the other life.
person. I am a collectivist. That, by definition, I am an anti-individualist. Exactly what Saul Goodman is saying. What happens in the breakdown of individualism?
Individualism.
I argue that in the breakdown of individualism, you get collectivism. People want to be part of a social structure, part of a community.
Right.
They don't
Now
want
he
to
said,
be individual competitors anymore. We want
yes,
to
but you
be
see,
a
the
family.
competitors, but we don't have to be competitors. That's one of the things that was sewn into us from the oligarchy, was that everything's a competition. This whole thing about Darwin's theory is now not true
Exactly.
anymore. So Darwin's theory was about all of the
Yes,
individualism.
exactly.
So, okay, but at the same time now, the rest of the sentence is, it's caused the apathy, right? So the collectivism, he's saying, has caused the apathy. But shouldn't the collectivism have us thinking about each other and therefore compassionate and empathetic? We
He's
have to go to the
claiming
next.
the breakdown of individualism has caused
Has
the
caused
apathy.
apathy,
I
which
would
means,
argue the opposite. I would argue the opposite.
yeah, well, yeah, because you would think that if people are individuals, that they're thinking about themselves and therefore not being empathetic. But I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I wouldn't put those two things in the same thought. But it's interesting that he has, and maybe I just need to think about it more. It's not a question you will find the answer to. Trust me, I know. So it's like, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? Uh, hate is a strong term. Resentment is probably no, Saul. The things I've pictured, it's hate. I've experienced hate, and not just in that case either. I've experienced hate in other times too, where it's over the top. It's like inconsolable anger. But you just got to get a hold on it and take the reins, right? Resentment is probably the more appropriate.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I do not know how to fix all the problems in the world. Why are you saying you're sorry? I don't plagiarize. Oh, yes. Okay, so yeah, I didn't think you did. He just doesn't know you yet, that's all. Unless it's Crinkle and he's just fucking around. Some of us are not in the position. Why compete? Well, because we were taught that the strongest are the ones that survive, that you need to compete with everything instead of be cooperative. And that's really what makes everything work. We've been convinced through things like Darwin's theory, which he apparently didn't even believe at the time. He was like, I don't know, I'm just throwing shit out there, but it really doesn't add up for me. And then they go and run with it and make it as if it's fact for all these decades, all these generations. And then it's only now that people are looking back and going, wait a second, it's not true. So, but that was because they wanted to sow into us the thought that we need to compete with each other. Survival of the fittest. That wasn't his exact words, but that's how we've translated it. I hate no one. Well, believe me, it's a rich feeling. It feels good at the time. It's like banging your head on the wall when you've got a bad headache. Sometimes it feels better to just bang your head on the wall. Are you still here, Jason? Gotta say, I don't see a whole lot of the big movers and shakers cooperate. But you know what? We don't see the movers and shakers. I think Jason fell asleep. We don't see the mover. That's the Rothschild. If there's not people above them, that's the Rothschilds and the Bilderbergs and those people. We don't see them moving. They don't move through our society, so they must be cooperating. Everything's working according to plan, and they're different families. They have to be, otherwise they'd be inbreeding. And we know that inbreeding doesn't work so well. So there have to be different families. So these Rothschilds and Bilderbergers, they all have to be different families so they can make babies. Oh, he's awake. So they are cooperating. They don't tell on each other. They always keep their secrets. So they have loyalty to each other. So they are cooperating. Baggage, who needs it? They know because they're making what's coming. They're the ones aiming at us. They plan, if you're to believe the WEF, they plan to kill off like 6.5 to 7.5 billion people. Unless that's just a fear tactic. Jason. If you fell asleep, I'll just tuck you away in the basement bed. I'll put something in the private chat. Let me know if you wake. Jason. We had a visitor. I swear to God, he's Crinkle. But I don't hate Crinkle, so he's always trying to come at me, but what will be, will be. Que sera, sera. My mom and I used to sing that when I was a kid. And I didn't understand what it meant. I mean, I understood the words, but I didn't understand the whole concept. Boy, what's truth been busy today. Just thinking, if it really is all going to be collectives, we are done. But what about good collectives? There's good collectives. I mean, for instance, all the people that got together and prayed in certain events where they were praying for peace in wars and actually managed to bring about ceasefires. That's a collective of people sharing their energy, collecting their energy to drive their energy to somewhere where it would be useful. That's a good collective. Right? Don't you think? I didn't even eat now. All I ate was junk. I ate chocolate pudding, after 8s, which is more chocolate, with mint, chips, Starburst, what you guys call opal chews or opal candy, opal fruit chews. I'm thinking that already been tried before. They just had some politician come along and make it like it was their own creation. What? Made what? Like was there? I don't understand. Hijacking people that could do a far better. Oh, Saul, I think you're getting tired. Your stuff isn't making as much sense. You and Jason, I gotta put you in the basement bedrooms. Talking about the green lobby. Oh, when did we skip into that? The climate cult, you mean? Hijacking people that could do far better, like the climate cult. Well, see, the way I look at it is, this is all part of that virtue signaling shit. The virtue signaling army. The way I look at it is, first, they directed us into judging each other, and then had people get on their high horses and get into their McActivist booths to do their marches. Politicians making bank. Yeah, but the politicians are tools of the oligarchy. So, like, geez, I'm getting tired even. It's like almost 1 a.m. The politicians are just tools of the oligarchy. So they the politicians are just us with more money or more influence, but their agenda is for themselves. They're individuals, also part of a collective, but individuals. They're in it for themselves. Whereas the oligarchy have much bigger plans. They are leading the whole world. Politicians just get a paycheck for doing what they're told. What's we mean? Tiny? Oh, wait a sec. You said WEF. Friggin' eyes. Yeah. Who runs the WEF? The Zionists. Yeah, everybody thinks that they're standing up for something. All they're doing is tearing things down. But they think they're standing for something. What they should be standing for is peace and compassion and love and understanding. That's what people should be standing for. But they can't do that angrily, and they need to get their anger out. So they need to feel that there's somebody underneath them. So people get on here. I'm very careful. Even though I say I teach things, I also say I'm learning things, right? I don't want to, I'm no more special than anyone else. I have a certain perspective. I like to share my perspective. I'm teaching my perspective. I think I'm right. Maybe some other people think I'm right. I had a lot of luck with Jason. But I'm also a student, right? So if I get on here and start getting on my high horse, I can say that I provide a better service than the bullies, but really the bullies provide a service because they are humps to get over, right? They face you with your, I was faced with my ego when they were making fun of me, and I was getting upset about it. And I had to face that and go, why am I getting upset? These people don't know me. They can't say they can make any judgments on me. So this was a chink in my armor. I fixed it. Rights is awake.
Oh, good morning.
Hello, hold on 1
Huh?
second. You're tiny. Hold on a second. There was somebody just up here. Did you see him? Well, you didn't see him. Did you hear him? Jason?
No, I just got up here.
I didn't know if you were listening before you come up.
No, what I miss?
A new guy who do you know who Crinkle is?
No.
Okay, well, Crinkle is, to me, he's an adorable troll. To other people, they really don't like him. But he'll porn bomb me if I were to let him. I had to have an overlay the whole time. But he's not. He doesn't say he's Crinkle. He says he's Jason, and he's got his girlfriend's name on the account because it doesn't authenticate to Jason, right? So I asked him about that. He said it's his girlfriend's account. Okay, fine, that's all plausible. But I swear to God, he was Crinkle. Anyway, he's sleeping in the basement right now. I remember I told you I leave people on the panel, but I couldn't leave him on the panel just in case he's Jason. And I didn't want to leave the overlay up the whole time. So he
Oh, I
fell
understand.
asleep.
Huh.
He was drunk. So
Oh, okay. I got
and
you.
he's in England, so it's like almost 1, so it's almost 5 there. Same as Saul Goodman. He's in England. No one is too old to learn. That's right.
I found the link for you for that plantation.
Oh, plantation, yeah.
I got that link in your private chat if you want to show it, but don't play the music, just play the video.
Okay. I'm sort of on a thing with Saul right now.
Go
We were
ahead.
talking about
Go ahead. Yeah. Whatever you're on there.
I'm trying to get to the chat and it's just not cooperating. I can see there's one new message. Okay. I would sleep, but I wasn't tired. Okay. We were talking about how the oligarchy breaks us down by giving us things like by feeding us what our morals are, right? And then saying we can't stand for this. So people get in their McActivist boots, right? We're talking about individualism and collectivism. And people get in their McActivist boots and do their marching and say, you are bad and we are good. I'm thinking, I've got like 5 things I'm thinking about, because also Saul Goodman said something about the breakdown of individualism is the cause of apathy. I can't remember. I remembered it, but I can't believe I remembered it. The breakdown of individualism is the cause of apathy. But I wouldn't put those 2 things together. No, we're just all tired. So did you sleep at all, or?
Yeah, I slept about an hour. I did what I had to do, dishes and everything else, and I slept it on them. I'm up again. I do that for a while. I sleep out enough.
I know. I do that too. I only sleep about 4 hours, and then I'm up again. And then once I'm up, I'm up.
Mm-hmm.
But then at some point, I get just so tired, I'll actually sleep like 7 hours. But it's not good for me, I don't think, because my breathing goes down when I sleep. So it'll go down as low as 88, my oxygen level. So if I sleep 7 hours, I'm not getting up to get more air.
I got you. Is he writing to you?
Pardon?
Is he writing to you again?
Oh, I forgot to look. No, you just said, but I wasn't tired. That was it. That was the last thing you wrote. But Jason's asleep in the basement here. I just put in the private chat. I said, if you wake, let me know.
Oh shit! Unreal.
Maybe Saul gave up because, well, we were going over the other thing before we get to the plantation.
Yeah, dude, you got, yeah, that well, they're at least going to be there anyway, so you know.
Thank you, Saul. Yes, sure. I there's 2 things that this thing fascinates me with, because it's so complete, right? That this covenant covers pretty much everything in point form. But it explains something that goes on up high and something that goes down real low at the same time. As above, so below. Or as below, so above. Where? Oh, before I take this off, I'm actually sharing it. You just can't see it. Hold on. Oh, this is yours. I already rebooted and everything, but I still had the window up. Okay. Share what I was sharing. Remember I told you about the thumbnail on the first one?
Mm-hmm.
I got to put it on the other. This is the thumbnail.
Whose birthday are you celebrating? Christmas, Jesus. Yeah, there he is.
Jesus or Satan? Whose unbirthday are you celebrating? Because Santa is so satanic. So, okay, I can get this off the screen.
Yeah, I never realized that myself till recently,
Every year, I realized it a couple decades ago, and every year I feel more and more passionate about it. Every Christmas, I get more and more passionate about it. And if somebody comes in here and says Xmas, off with their heads.
No, again, when I was a kid, I used to play Christmas songs and Jesus songs and everything else, not now.
Yeah. And I mean, if you don't believe in Jesus or you don't respect Jesus, then don't celebrate Christmas because that's what it's for.
A lot of military men died because of this country, and they believed in Jesus and God. They prayed every time in wartime, Now they want to take it away. It's all right.
Yeah, I heard about that. But they can't. They can only, they're taking away the collectivism. They're taking away the prayer in ensemble. So that weakens the prayer, I guess, right? It's not as much energy going through, but you can still do it anyway. They can't stop you. They can't stop you
No.
from what you're thinking. They just can stop you from gathering together and doing it in front of people.
Well, again, I want nothing to do with church because there's too many hypocrites in church. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know.
And yeah, I'll just, as they would say, pray in my closet.
Yeah.
Which means just pray alone,
Yeah, but then if you tell all your buddies that also pray, you could say, look, I'm going to do it at 12 o'clock. You could probably do some kind of energy massing, because I'm thinking of doing that for Palestine, of organizing like a mass prayer here on my channel, or joining one if somebody else is doing it and they've got more people. And then,
You know what? Go on. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, you start doing that, and I bet you 2 to 1 they'll kick you out of YouTube. I'll bet you. They will. Probably call you misinformation.
You can't call prayer misinformation. They don't even, actually, they don't even, sometimes they're just not even specific. They say you broke their YouTube community guidelines. Here, if you want to go read it, but you don't know which one you broke.
Right. I
They
agree.
won't tell you which one.
Yep, you're right. Well, like I said, so far in Rumble, man, it's been great. Everything I put on there, they haven't stopped me. No warning, no nothing.
Yeah, and they don't even come down on the C word too much anymore that I know of at all, actually. That, COVID. The time is 0101. Okay. Am I sharing this screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Is it showing up?
Okay. Yep.
Oh, my computer just doesn't do what I want it to do.
We will target their children with what children love.
Okay, no, I'm going to rewind a bit.
That the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up.
Flintstones vitamins. What's in those?
Yeah, all the bad stuff.
Like, yeah, it's much better to get the food and not the Flintstones vitamins, right? But that's what reminded me when they said
with fun images and music.
Fun images and musical tones.
Musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products used in film and grow accustomed to them. And
we'll never know their effects, their true effects. So even when they tell you in those pharma commercials, it leads to liver damage, kidney damage, it's probably even more damage that they're saying.
And we'll never know their true effects. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children. And
My grandson has never had a needle in his whole life. He's never had a vaccine in his whole life. He's now 7.
That's good. He's going to be nice and clean. That's good.
Yeah. Yep. And the very first day, very first moment that he was born, they wanted to stick a needle in him, and they say, "Oh, it gives them iron, or it's something like that, or no, so some kind of vitamin that we need." And they say that babies are born low in them, or whatever. My grandson's just fine.
You know,
I'm convinced them it's for their health.
After this Kool-Aid, I can't believe that anybody else could believe anything the government says anymore. You know, but
I
they will.
know. Because we have been made to look crazy. So they don't listen to us. Convince them it's for their health.
Oh, we will start early on when their minds are young. We will target their children with what children love most, sweet things. When their teeth decay.
It's not even, see, now why would they say when their teeth decay, when the word, see, I'm trying to take this apart of whether it's real or not. This covenant, if somebody who, hates Zionists might have made this up, or if it's real. Because if it was real, how come nobody's dying for showing it? So why would they say their teeth decay? When to me, the most serious thing I know of that sugar causes is imbalance in the belly. Imbalance in the health.
Diabetes.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've got that too, type 2 diabetes. But actually, sugar doesn't cause that. Sugar aggravates it because it can't, once you get diabetes, you can't process it. But it's actually not eating lots of sugar that does that. It's what you do to your body. You can get out diabetes and not be a high sugar eater, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I know people who are allergic to
You know people who are what?
Allergic to sugar. I am.
Allergic.
Yeah. I eat it and I go right to sleep. Boom, bang, I'm done.
That's allergic?
Yeah. I mean, I just like boom, Any starches, boom, I'm sleeping.
Starches and sugars?
Yeah, potatoes, bread, anything that's got starch in it, I go right to sleep. Boom.
I live for starch.
But when I don't eat it, I got energy. I'm moving around.
But see, starch gives you energy. Starch gets converted into energy. If you
Not
use
me.
it properly.
Not
if
me.
you don't
I go
use
right
it,
to
you end up getting fat. But
They know, like this Thanksgiving dinner I had.
Yeah.
I ate that. They knew exactly what I was going to do. As soon as I got done eating, boom, I'm right to sleep.
That's the turkey, man.
No, I had to eat some food because the people are supposed to show up never did show up. So my daughter looked at me and says, "You better eat." So I was forced to eat.
There's tryptophan in turkey, and it makes you go to sleep.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that.
So you drugged yourself with too much turkey.
Yeah, I'd rather eat the meat than the starches, But yeah, you're right.
I live for potatoes. Potatoes makes life worth living.
Oh, not me.
Oh, you're gonna make me cook some now.
I can't handle it.
I can't handle life without potatoes.
Yeah. Well, potatoes are good. Don't get me wrong. I love potatoes, but I just can't eat them without falling asleep.
Well, what's the best thing, man? Fill your belly with potatoes and have a nice nap.
You know what I like? Rutabaga.
Rutabaga?
Oh, yeah.
I've heard of it.
Good.
I've never seen it.
Oh, it's like a potato. You can eat it raw. It's hard. Or you can cook it. Put butter and vinegar on it. Well, I don't put butter on it anymore, so I put vinegar in it. Smash it up and eat. Oh, it's delicious.
You said it's as hard as a potato?
Yeah, it's like a potato.
You
It's
can
got
eat
a
it raw?
waxy. Huh?
You eat it raw?
Yeah, you can eat it raw, or you can cook it.
You know that you shouldn't eat potatoes raw, right?
No, I didn't know that myself. I never eat potatoes that raw. I mean, I have, but it's that I don't like it. But
They're from the nightshade family.
I'm not sure what that is. In fact, I don't know what that is.
Well, I believe it's a poison for humans.
Really?
Yeah, but when you, I'm not sure if cashews are from the same family because they're a different plant. But cashews, if you don't roast them, they'll kill you. You can't
Huh.
eat raw cash. I am so ever since I found that out. You know, how sometimes some cashews are they're white. They don't look like they're toasted. I won't eat them now because I'm always thinking, what if that one didn't get cooked? Because it's poison. It'll kill you. You have to
No,
rely on the
uh-huh.
corporations to cook those cashews right.
I'll be dang.
I've never heard of anyone dying from them, but maybe
I
they
never.
under the rug. I don't know.
I
There's a
just learned
lag.
something today.
There's a lag, by the way, so that's why we're kind of tripping over each other.
There we go.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe it doesn't need much cooking. I don't know.
Well, you try. Well, the rutabaga is just like a potato. You got to cook it just as long as a potato.
Right. Well, if I wouldn't eat a potato raw, I wouldn't eat a rutabaga raw.
It's hard. It's a hard one.
If they're in the same family.
I really don't know. I never checked it out.
We have the interwebs.
But they are good though. You know, they're white, and then when you cook it, they turn yellow.
Oh yeah. Rutabaga. Rutabaga stories? No. Rutabaga. Are you sure it's called rutabaga?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Rutabaga vegetable. Rutabaga. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what that is. I thought that was a turnip.
No. It's not a turnip family. I know that.
Oh. It's in the turnip family?
I don't think it is.
What is a rutabaga? What is a rutabaga and what should you do with it? I'll tell you what you can do with it. My mom brought that home. My brothers and I were just like, oh God, no. Learn about the rutabaga and how to use it. The rutabaga is often overlooked, but sweet and nutrient-packed root vegetable. Originating sometime in the 17th century, it's a hybrid between a turnip and a wild cabbage. In fact, a rutabaga kind of looks like a giant, ugly turnip. Many people confuse the two vegetables, but there are some key differences. Rutabaga versus turnips, they're not identical. Rutabagas are large, more yellowish. One of those stupid videos just popped up. More yellowish and only grow in cool climates. Meanwhile, turnips are small, usually have a reddish tinge, and grow in a variety of climates.
Not to mention rutabaga.
Both vegetables have a. Not to mention what?
A rutabaga has a wax to it. The skin has a wax.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there. Is it because the oligarchy puts it on there, or because it comes like that in nature?
Comes like that. I've always seen it as a kid. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Really. Okay. They have a bitter flavor similar to cabbage, but rutabagas are sweeter and milder when eaten raw. When cooked, rutabagas become more savory, yet still sweet, almost like a rich potato. Rutabaga nutrition, low-cal snack or side. The calorie count will increase if you add butter and oil, so be mindful of what ingredients. So you already know that rutabagas are high in vitamin C and fiber, make a great alternative to potatoes, as if in a low-carb diet. 1 cup of boiled and cubed rutabaga contains 12 grams. I don't even know what this fucking means. How to pick a rutabaga. Okay, you win. It's a real thing.
You ever get a chance? Try one.
The exterior
Try
is
one.
actually pretty easy to tackle. Yeah, I will now. But they're never going to substitute potatoes. That's just a ridiculous statement. Jason's still sleeping. What's Saul say? Looks like a balloon. Look, the balloon. What simple answer? We want more life. Saul's been so poetic tonight.
What's that?
I wasn't on it. Saul Goodman in the chat has been so poetic tonight.
That's the kind of people you want.
The kind of what? Vehicle.
That's the kind of person you want. Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. Yep, he's kept me company ever since you left.
Oh,
Look.
2-timing me, eh? Uh-huh.
Well, what were you doing? Laying down with your wife?
Shh, shh.
Yeah, keep the wife.
Get me in trouble. Get me in trouble again, eh? You home wrecker.
You and me don't say that. Don't say that.
Well, I can just see me on Channel 2 News now. Divorce court.
Yeah, because they get all their news from YouTube. Poor baby. Yeah. Okay, so we were doing this. I totally forgot.
Decay, we will fall.
Right? So it was stupid that they said teeth decay unless they were just being poetic themselves. That's not the most important thing that they do with the sugar. We will fill them with metals.
But tell them about the metals and what's in your teeth, the fillings.
Yeah, the mercury and the what do you call it? Were they mercury fillings?
No, what the hell did they use for that damn thing?
Amalgam.
I thought it was
amalgam.
Okay, I can't remember what it was. I thought it was lead at first. I said they can't do that.
I don't think we knew that lead was a bad thing, though. We had lead in paint, lead in toys, lead in all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, and lead in train tracks, which if you live near the train tracks, your IQ is going to be lower because you're breathing in as the wheels go against the lead, it would break apart the lead and send it into the air. And now the kids who live near the train tracks have lower IQs because they're breathing in this lead.
Yeah.
That's not an accident.
What about asbestos?
Yep. But I don't think they put that in our teeth.
No, but they used to put it in our furnaces, boilers, and everything else they had in the old days.
Why do I
It was
feel
a
like mercury filling?
Mercury's bad news.
What? I know. What did fillings used to be made? Somebody asked that. Various metals were used for fillings, including gold, platinum, silver, and lead.
There was lead in there. Okay, I was right.
I swear it was mercury, though. Often teeth were extracted rather than filled if the filling material was too expensive. Tin was used as a filling material in the 1820s and was a cheap and therefore popular. Oh my gosh, I remember when I used to have teeth that putting tin, aluminum, and if it touched your filling, it would like give you a shock.
Wow.
It was. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. That's the truth.
Oh my
No, I
gosh.
do not. I never had that experience.
Oh, I had it many. I can feel it now. Just like in my mouth, the taste of it is coming to my memory of my mouth. Because it makes you salivate too, right? But it's not a shock, but it's like this pain that goes right through your body. So you don't want to, whatever it was they used to. Oh, Saul's probably helping answer. Reaction. Don't start anything. What does that mean? Was I starting an argument? Sometimes I do and I don't even know. When their teeth decay, fill them with metals. Okay, we're still not there.
Filling with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and create other diseases, for which we will create yet more medicine. We will render.
When our bodies are sick, it's hard for us to connect with spirit. So that's part of my main point there. We will render them docile. So that would where the fluoride comes in, and weak. And we're weak because we don't realize that we could fight back, and we don't know how to fight back. We're all weak. Instead of standing up and doing something about it, we're just paralyzed, complaining about it.
And fear.
In fear, yeah. Because if we tried to rise up, they have all the power. They command the cops. They command the army. Weak before us with our power.
Render them docile and weak before us with our power. They will grow more depressed, slow, and obese.
Depressed, slow, and obese. And that depression right there was the most important thing because it has to do with our spirit. The fact that we're not expecting anything nice. If you're depressed, you're only expecting bad things. You can't focus on the good stuff.
And when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention towards money and material goods.
Focus their attention towards money and material goods. I'm there. I love money. I dream of having money and material goods, but that doesn't take away my spirituality. But if people are only going for that, going to work, working a second job, their kids are coming home from school and there's nobody home, nobody to ask how their day is. We're all focusing on how to pay that Visa card off.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
so that they may never.
Our children are better off if they have stuff, right? They'll say that you can't afford to keep your child. You can't even afford Christmas presents for your child. So what? That shouldn't be a being able to afford to buy them shit or put them in clubs and shit. That should not be something that Children's Aid or whatever you call it, GPS or CPS. CPS should not be able to judge whether whether you're a fit parent if you can't afford to buy them Nikes. Right? But they do.
Well, I remember blue jeans used to cost $5 when I was a kid. That's all I used to wear was blue jeans, unless I had to go someplace special.
But when it comes to people deciding whether your parents got to keep you, they're not going to say, well, you're only buying them $5 pairs of jeans. Whereas nowadays, people are judging other people's parenting on what they can afford to buy for their kids.
Yeah. Not for me, they don't.
So now, here we go. This is part of the clue of why I've been thinking this way before I ever saw this covenant. But I said that the answer was in here. You said, why do you think they're doing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at, so they may never connect with their inner self. So they may not, that's answering the question. The reason why they're doing all these things is so that we won't connect to our inner self or
never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games, so they may never be one with the oneness.
So they may never be one with the oneness of it all.
Distraction.
They distract us because they don't want us to know that we are part of a collective. They need to
Excuse me.
Separate us. Keep on. They separate us as countries. Then they separate us in cities. They separate us. We've all got our families. They start to separate the families. They separate the parents from the kids. They separate the siblings from the siblings. Separate the neighbors from the other neighbors. And
divide a nation, it'll fall.
And make everybody compete, right? Instead of cooperate. Now, this is something that Nudie says, but this is not something that I learned from Nudie. But he sees it. And he doubts it, right? It's the cooperation. So, again, it says, so they may never. Again, it's the answer. It's what they are trying to do because, and they'll say it here by the end,
of it all. Their minds will belong to us and they will do what we say. If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish the governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us and we shall prosper from their toil.
That's another reason why I think somebody else wrote it and that it's not a real thing, was that was one of the lines there.
Families must never mix with theirs. Our blood must be pure always, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion.
Keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion. Because the religions don't teach the oneness.
Religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will guide them kindly and gently, letting them think they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity among them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them,
when a light shall shine among them, we shall distinguish it by ridicule. Right there is almost the mantra for the bullies on YouTube. If you become a light, if you want to shine your light, that's when people will stamp on you and make you feel belittled. And they'll ridicule you. That's how they work, how the bullies work here. And that's how the oligarchy works on the whole.
Well, I wish you had my personality right now.
Why?
You know that? So I wish you had my personality right now. You see what I see.
What?
I don't give a shit. Seriously, I don't give a shit. I didn't tell you one thing I am, which a lot of people I've told nude. You believe it or not, I'm an empath.
Uh-huh.
I'm an empath.
So, is this you fighting against being an empath by saying you don't give a shit?
No, I just can sense people.
So
when I walk, I can sense people, their moods, the swing. You know, if I talk to them, I know it's going to happen. Usually before it happens, it's by their actions, by their aura. I hate walking in
a lot more
crowds.
spiritual than I thought. You never talked about it, so it wasn't.
What's that?
I said you're a lot more spiritual than I thought. I said to Nudie, I said he concentrates on more of the money stuff and all that stuff, and I said I can't get into all that money stuff, but I didn't realize that you also had a spiritual side.
Yeah, no, I don't get into money. Believe me, you can ask him.
No, you were talking about the Bitcoin and all those.
Oh, that.
Yeah, and my mind can't, like, I just can't process that part of it, right? So I was like, I don't know what the point in going to rights for is, because you guys talk about more of the practical stuff, and I talk more about the spiritual stuff.
Well, what we trying to do is we're trying to beat the system. That's what we're trying to do before it beats us.
But I think the answer is in the spiritualism. To beat it is to beat the system. It's both. It's both. Divest from them.
Yeah.
But also, we need to create, or we need to harness certain energies that will render them powerless.
Well, sometimes it's excuse me. Go on.
Yeah. No.
Sometimes it's a pain in the ass walking, you know, through crowds, and it bothers the shit. I got to get out. I can't take it. I thought everybody had the same thing I had until I hit about, 16, 17 years old, you know. Then I realized people didn't have what I had, being an empath. I thought, everybody had it. I never thought anything about it.
I don't like to be in big crowds now, but I don't know if it's because of the energy or not. When I was a kid, I didn't think about it. In fact, the more people, the better. But as I got to be a parent, I was home more, and then going out was more like a chore, and it was like too much energy coming at me. And after I'd go out and be with people for a while, I needed like a day or two after to just not be with people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's an energy thing or just a mind thing.
I don't know. I'd have to actually see and get close to you to find out.
But for you, you're sure it's not a mind thing. It's an energy thing.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that in my mind. Oh yeah, I can feel a sense. I can see the way you talk, your eyes, your actions. And it all comes together like a map or a puzzle. It's weird. Now, sometimes I do get fooled. I'm not going to say I don't. I do. You know, I let my guard down. Well, I'll tell
Right.
you what, it's never failed me yet.
Well, that's cool. You got a superpower. I
Well,
am empathetic, but it mostly comes from my feelings, not I put myself in somebody else's shoes so that I don't judge too harshly. I put myself in their shoes. I try to find out everything I can from their position. Like, for instance, I could just stay mad at soldiers. I could just be mad at you or Saul or, somebody because you joined the damn army, right? But I don't, because I put myself in your shoes and I think to myself, well, when he went in, he didn't know any of this shit. But now he feels bad, and I don't want to make him feel worse by never forgiving, right? So
no, but he can always.
I put.
He can always. Go on. Sorry.
No, it's the damn lag. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what Saul did is the same thing I did. Okay, but what he can do is tell other kids not to join the military. Don't be like us. You know what I mean? Thinking
Right.
that we're doing something. And that's how I do it. I tell kids, do not go in the military.
Yeah, and not just say don't do it. Explain what they're actually doing, because they think they're fighting for freedom. They think that somehow by murdering people in their own countries, that somehow they're going to gain freedom for another country half a world away. It doesn't make any sense.
I got to tell you something. I told you a while ago. I have a friend that virtually grew up with me. They cut my lawn. They were young kids, and they grew up to be adults. And we became good friends and everything else. Anyway, the oldest one come up to me. He goes, "I'm going to join the military." I says, "Oh, really?" "Oh, yeah." I says, "I don't think you better." "Well, why not?" I says, "You're not made for it." "What do you mean?" I says, "You don't like obedience. You don't want, to follow orders." "Oh, no. I says, "This is the new army, And he looked at me and says, "You're just an old fart. They changed things." I said, "Okay, that's up to you. But as I'm telling you, don't join the military." So he joined the army. 3 months, he got kicked out.
Why? How did he get kicked out?
He told me he's going to shoot the sergeant. They get him on a medical discharge.
Like, for being crazy?
Yeah. He's not, though. He's one of the smartest people. He's like Guru. Very smart.
Oh, so he
can
just
retain
wanted
things.
out?
Yeah. He couldn't take it. He couldn't take the obedience. You do this. Even though it was wrong, he would ask why. And he got tired of it. And he said, "Well, all right, I'll just act like a crazy man." Now, if he was in a wartime, it would have put him in jail. But it wasn't wartime.
Right. That's the rule. Because it seems like some people can get out and some people can't. But that makes sense now. I heard in England you can buy yourself out.
No, I can believe that.
You can? I mean, I believe it
Yeah, I can
because
believe it.
Smiler. It was Smiler who told me.
If you know the right connections. Remember I told you can get anything you want in the army.
No.
Or in the military.
No,
Yeah.
it's part of the rules. It's not a backwater way. It's part of the rules. You can buy yourself out. Like it must be in the law or something.
I've never heard of it, but yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Seriously. What I've learned.
That's my words. I'm paraphrasing. He never said buy yourself out. He said there's something you can do, but then you need to give them money. And a lot of people don't have the money to give. But it seems to me that that's a bribe. It's a legal bribe.
Yeah. Kay Greggs, that's her name. That's the one remember I told you about the Marine that was worked for the UN?
Yeah.
Look her up, Kay Briggs on YouTube. It's a 7-hour long video about her personal life. She got scared. She had to get a reporter, to protect her. You wouldn't believe what she was. And she told, people that they had to go to coffins and they were doing some dirty things to them and taking pictures of them. And, because of it, they became higher rank officers. Oh, yeah. She told it like it was. She said everything out there. But her name is Kay Greggs. Greg, I think. Yeah, Greggs or Greg. Yeah, look her up. And I'll tell you what, boy, she's got something real good. Greggs. Giggs, I think it is.
Oh, Giggs. No, don't worry.
Is it great? Okay, I gotta check it out, make sure. It's pronounced Greggs, I think it is. Greggs or Greggs.
7 hours?
She does documentation, reporter of what happened to her life. Her husband, the one that was a Marine working for the UN, he would get drunk and spill the beans to her and tell him exactly what he had to do in the military. He was coerced into doing it, or they would blackball him. He gets so drunk, he beat the shit out of her. And she was in the hospital because of him. And he went to visit her. When he went to visit her, he's with his boyfriend.
He's gay?
Yep. And there's more to it than that. I mean, you wouldn't believe the stuff that she said. Unfreaking real.
How do you believe her?
Because it was all documented by a news reporter. Because she's scared.
No, I mean,
you'll see it.
But it was documented by. What do you mean by documented? You mean they had pictures? They had proof?
Yeah, they had papers and everything else with it, and they showed it a little bit of it, and then she's talking away, and she started naming names, and you can check it all out, on Google or YouTube.
Because I tend not to believe Western journalists, so I don't even think there's hardly any journalism left in the West.
This was made in 1998, before journalists really got really bad.
Jerry Springer was on it. They were lying, and all the reporters, they fucking lie. So I don't know. But
she was she was scared for her life. You'll see it in her face.
Okay.
Yeah, you will see everything. I mean, everything's yeah. It's called Kay Greggs.
Yeah, well, actually, I was telling before that I do my empathy is all thought out and felt out. But I don't have any sixth sense that makes me go, okay, I can feel the energy. They're telling the truth. I don't have that. I mean, I can't feel it. It's my mind that tells me that this person must have suffered,
That's the way I am right now, because I can know what's going to usually happen before it happens, and it doesn't bother me anymore. It doesn't, because I know. I can tell you if you're a good person, bad person. I can tell you if you're going to ask for an argument with me, or I mean, just by looking at me, and I can see it in your face. I can feel it before you can even say anything.
Do you have to be in person with the person?
Yeah. Sometimes I can guess by talking to you.
Right.
If you're going
it's
to be
not the same thing as feeling it with your empathy.
Yeah, but usually it's when it's got to be close. When I'm,
Right. So that one you'd be using your mind and your heart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's how I do it with everybody, even in person.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'm making it up, right? I'm thinking to myself, they told me they did this, and this. This is how I would feel if this, and this happened to me. Right? So what if that person, like you just said, too bad you're not me right now, because I just don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Whereas
I don't.
I give a lot of a shit, right?
Mm-hmm. I let my guard down one time, and my brother did something to my dad, and I just about blew up. And I said, "Son of a," and from then there, I put the light switch on, and boy, I tell you what, it was hell between me and my older brother. He's dead now, but I never forgave him for what he did. And it was nothing but turmoil between me and him, back and forth.
Yeah. Competition.
No, he was a thief. I wasn't.
Oh.
He was a liar. I wasn't. He conned people. I wasn't.
And you were angry at him for breaking moral rules?
For stealing off my dad. Yeah. My dad didn't know anything about it. He was sick at the time. I had to find out the hard way.
Right. So it took until your dad was dying that you were in this position with him.
Beg your pardon?
Were you friends before that started happening?
Oh, yeah. I would have walked the steps my brother walked. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He ruined everything. After that was it. And like a puzzle, they all came together.
Was it that your heart was it that your heart was broken that he would do that to your father?
Yeah, because we were taught never to steal. And I knew it. I knew it as a young kid what he did, but I just overlooked it. You know what I mean?
He did this his whole life.
Else. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you meant like by the time your dad got to his deathbed, he's stealing money off the account or something.
No, he'd been doing all his life. He was in jail, I don't know how many times. You know what I mean? And believe it or not, he got a bar. He got a bar out of it, and he had a felony. Now you figure that one out.
He got a bar? You mean like a business?
He had a bar, yeah. Yep. And he had a felony. Now you figured that one out for me.
Well, I don't know the rules. You're not allowed to own a bar if you have a felony?
Nope. Not one bit. Nope. Can't get a liquor's license.
If you have a felony?
Yep.
I can see if you had a party and somebody died after they left your party because you let them get you drunk.
No. Check it out. Check it out on the laws there in the United States, in Michigan. Check it out.
I have to fight with my computer for so much. I have to. Okay, I go only.
Well, you can do it later.
The best things. Yeah.
You can do it later on. You don't have to do it now. I'm just saying, you can check it out if you want to.
Well, yeah. I believe you. So they let him have a bar, even though. So what? Did he know somebody?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't talk to him at that time. Yeah, he had to know somebody.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's quite an ordeal. So, and then after that, I really started using my senses, and then, when I turned the light on, boom, everything came together on me. Son of a bee, my fault.
Well, see, because it was your father that he was taking from, that makes it more. But see, my brother that was in and out of jail half his life, I always loved him unconditionally, no matter what he did. And he did some rotten shit. But I understood why he did everything. It was almost all of his crimes were driven emotionally. All of his crimes are driven emotionally. When he'd steal a car, it would be after he had a fight with my dad. But he'd have a fight with my dad. Next thing you know, he's out there stealing somebody's car. Is he stealing a Lamborghini that he can go and take it to a chop shop and make some money? No, he's stealing somebody's Volkswagen or station wagon and getting on the highway and speeding and then having the cops chase him. This is not a crime of somebody who's trying to take something off someone else, even though he stole, even though he broke laws of the road. This was all emotionally driven. He's trying to get that rage out of his system. So I'm not going to judge him as somebody who's trying to, con people or, steal people's cars and then sell them for parts. I don't know. But if you just tell somebody, yeah, my brother used to steal cars, it's going to make him sound just like a thief. That's all he is, just a thief. He's not just
Well,
he's my brother. Huh?
my brother was a narcissist, is what he was.
Yeah, well, it turns out so do both my brothers.
hmm
Again, I blame the oligarchy. What they did was they hurt all of us as children, and a lot of us couldn't take the hurt that we suffered as children. And I believe that's what made the narcissism. And it's on a wide scale now because those narcissists ended up having children and multiplied. And so we've got a whole society full of narcissists. And that's the individualism. That's the, not individualism. I'm thinking about what Saul said. That's the divide and conquer. So we don't feel that connection with people anymore. It's all about us. Look out for number one.
Well, I have a philosophy that I told New Guru. I'm going to take care of myself first. When I take care of myself, I'll take care of others. You know what I mean?
Well, yes.
Another,
I know it's a fine line difference, but there is a difference.
yeah.
Because in one way, you know, like I shouldn't be worried about Crafty Cat. I should be just concentrating on myself. You know, forget about what Crafty Cat's going through. But at the same time, I can't because I feel the empathic part of me feels that that would be wrong to abandon her in her hour of need and take care of myself first. Nudie would say I should take care of myself first.
Well, if I don't take care of myself, my wife, she loses. You know what I mean? So no, I'm not going to hurt her in the process of me trying to help somebody else that, you know, once I get myself situated, then I can help people out. I've done it before.
Well, yeah, it's like the argument of not the argument, but the statement of if you're on the plane and you put yourself some oxygen first before you save somebody else so that you can save somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have the oxygen, how are you going to save anybody?
Right. Well, a lot of people don't believe in that. Like your government, they don't take care of America. They take care of other countries, knowing that America is going to. Well, I'm saying America. You know, it's a false country.
No,
I
same
know it
thing
is.
here. Same thing here in Canada.
You know, so it just tells me right then and there, they just don't give a shit about nobody.
It's just like the oligarchy works, though, right? They say one thing, there's something else behind it. So they say it's the civilized thing to do is to share our wealth with another country. So we're going to give them a whole bunch of money to help them get on their feet or to keep them on their feet. And yet their own people who made all that goddamn money that they sent over are living in the streets because they can't afford their rent.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely, you need to take care of your own village before you start taking care of somebody else's village.
I'm like you. I used to donate to people, you know, charities now and then. You know, you get attached.
To do that with my time too.
Well, I'm done doing it. My wife needed help. My wife is going blind. She had cataracts.
Yeah.
And I noticed the change. I see that the bathroom sink was dirty. She just got done cleaning it. I'm like, what the hell? So I had to go back. And she did it again. Sink was dirty. I said, what the hell's going on? So I cleaned it. So I went up to her. I says, listen, I says, would you like to see the eye doctor? It's been a while. Well, no, I don't want to see no eye doctor. I said, okay. A few days later, she says, you know what? She says, yeah, I'd like to see an eye doctor. Found out she had cataracts in both eyes. We couldn't afford it. So we went to White Cane, which is an organization that helps the blind. You know what they told us?
What?
Sure. Send an application in. And within 9 months, we'll give you an answer. I said, well, 9 months, she's going to be blind. She says, well, that's our policy. And then we'll find out if we can help her. I says, find out if we can help her. She goes, yeah. I says, you know what? I says, I'm done with your donations. You know, I'm done with everybody. So I had to get myself in debt, make a mortgage on my house to get her fixed. Now the house is paid for, you know, the mortgage that I, got a loan from. But they didn't give a shit. Went to welfare,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Guy says, no, we can't help you. I said, wait a minute here. I said, what do you mean you can't help us? I said, we don't make that kind of money. I said, you help the illegals? He says, yeah, we do. I says, why? You know, because they're supposed to. Because they know the loopholes. You don't. That was it. We walked out.
Fine, we're not going to let you help us.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So that was it. Every time I dealt with the government, I've always got screwed. Always.
Well, I'm grateful because I get disability, but at the same time, I've needed extra help and I can't get it because I don't qualify. I'm not a kid, I'm not native, and I'm not a senior. So I'm in this gray group of we don't give a fuck. So I feel like I need help like an 80-year-old because of some of my ailments, and yet I don't qualify. But I don't
Ain't
know
that
about
something?
immigrants getting it or anything. I don't know about that.
Oh, they get it over here. Trust me, they get it over here. So, you know, that's what I said. We're going to beat the system. We're going to use their system, then we're getting the hell out of here, you know?
Nudie doesn't think that the system can work. I like the system as it's stated that it works, not as it really works, but as it's stated as it works. So if we could get rid of the corruptness and build in better checks and balances for the new way, like don't just trust somebody with a job and then not go and check. Don't audit. You know what I mean? You got to audit. See if they're doing what they're supposed to do, have checks and balances. If it's got to do with money or anything like that, then have, committees of people that take turns and check everything's okay. I think our system is a great system if it's, on paper. But we can never trust people would not. We can never trust that people wouldn't abuse their power. So
in 71 years, 72 years, I should say. In 72 years, I have seen this country go from worse to worser, and there's nothing going to change it now. It's on its way to oblivion.
No,
There's no.
You naysayer. You got to focus on a better vision.
That is my better vision. My better vision is to get the hell out of here. Yeah, oh, it's going to get worse. There's no doubt about it. I know too much. And believe me, I just know it. I've seen it in the military. I can see exactly what's going on. Exactly. You know, I couldn't figure it out at first. I knew something was wrong, and this is what Guru found out about me. He knew that I didn't like the government. And I told him, I don't understand why. I can't put it together. I'm so close, but I can't put it together. And he put the pieces in for me. It took a while, but he put the pieces in for me. And I'll tell you what, when that light bulb came on, everything just came together. Everything. I went, son of a, right in front of me. I could have kicked myself in the ass.
Yeah,
and then from there I started studying. Huh?
Sorry. From there you started studying?
No, go on.
I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, you're not interrupting. This is your stream, not mine. Go on.
It doesn't matter. I don't want to interrupt you. It was somewhat like that with me with the medical professional. I knew not to trust the doctors, but I didn't know why. I knew not to trust pharma, but I didn't know why. And then when the pieces started to become more evident, I was like, like it never even occurred to me that there'd be anything higher than, the medical board or whatever, that, there wouldn't be anybody above them. But it never occurred to me that the products would rule the people. So like the pharmacies were higher than the doctors. right? I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
you think about who's got more power. It's the pharmaceutical companies telling the doctors what to do. That just didn't even occur to me. And once I saw that with the, the free samples and the money that the doctors were getting on the side from the pharmaceutical companies, and I was like, oh fuck. And then a light bulb came on. It was like this and this and this and this and this was answered and this one answers. So I get you what you're talking about.
Boy, that's bad. Would you do me a favor? Can we play that one video so everybody can see it? Wait till they see this, they're gonna shit. This is the video that Nude gave me to watch, and I've always loved this plantation. This woke me up. Wait till you see this. I don't know if you've seen it before, but it would be good for your viewers. The plantation.
All right, I'll go do this another time.
Skip the music though. Go right to the videos. This way you don't get any what do you call that? Warning or whatever they call it. Copyright.
It wouldn't let me. This is Rumble.
Yeah. That's where I put my stuff. Remember I told you with my music I can't put it on YouTube, but I can put the video on there.
Okay, well it says
That's my other.
It says 500 surface unavailable.
Unavailable.
Oh, hold on. I just redrew it and it worked.
Okay.
Okay, so
Go
I'm not
past the
showing
music part.
I'm not showing this, right?
Yeah, you can
It's
show
not
it.
showing
You
up.
won't get.
No, it's
Just
not
don't
showing
use.
up right now. It's not showing up right now.
It should show up.
Okay,
That's a
it's not.
direct link to it.
No, I wanted to know if at the moment if it was showing up, on your end.
Oh, on the
I was on a
not
different
at all.
page. No, I came
No.
and checked it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
That's okay. I know.
Your thing's going click, click, click again.
Oh shit! Because I had to open another window.
Oh.
Good.
Yep. Perfect.
Let me just get to the part where the video starts. My mic might start acting up again. Let me know.
I will. I appreciate you showing this to everybody.
You're welcome. I make it.
Now, if you press that button, the little square button, it'll pop up automatically. It'll get bigger for you. See the last button to your well, never mind. You got it.
Okay. No, I just kept on zooming in.
Okay. You see the last button to your right? Nope. Next to it. Nope. Well, you did get it. There you go. You got it.
Yeah, but this is actually smaller now.
To me, it's big. It's big over here.
Oh shit! I think I just clicked on the wrong thing. Okay.
Where's it? Now it's small.
Now it's small? Okay.
That's big. You got it.
Okay.
So you don't get the music now.
No.
Mr. Jones owned a cotton plantation and many slaves. One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
Do I have to
One day,
stop
Mr.
in the
Jones
middle?
called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men." Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free. No more would you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other. Many were smiling, many were looking puzzled. "In fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish. Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation. In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new free Jones plantation." He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. "And this shall be our motto," Mr. Smith announced. "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men." Finally convinced that Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
"We all want this plantation to do well," Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, "so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourselves, I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy and knowing that you're working for yourselves. Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants, the plantation won't produce anything. This experiment will fail and we'll all starve. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation, to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job, to make sure that the rules are followed, and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men."
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. "I have an unpleasant duty to do today," he said. "Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit. That is against the rules. That is stealing. For that, Charles must be punished." Two men tied Charles to the whipping post. "I take no joy in this," Mr. Smith continued, "but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail and we will all suffer." The whip cracked against Charles' back. "But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits. A young man named Samuel stepped forward. But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before? How can you say that? Mr. Smith asked. I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so. Do you know how to run a plantation, Samuel? Well, no, he answered. But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work? I'm surprised at your ingratitude, Mr. Smith answered. None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you, if not for Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, that you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest, if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints. With that, the workers all seemed satisfied and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you are in charge because you will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton. Days passed, months passed, a year passed, and the plantation continued to operate as before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto, "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all." One day Mr. Smith announced, "Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes. Begin." Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. "I was excited when all this started," he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. "But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing has changed. We're all still slaves." There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. "They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the work and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cotton we pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own food, and take care of ourselves. They leave us just enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed. They say we're all free and equal, but we're not. They command and we obey. That's not freedom. That's not equality. They say we're free to leave, but all that means is that we're free to be someone else's slave. Why should we work or obey the rules? We didn't agree to this. They made the system. They forced it on us. They control and rob us and call it freedom. They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all? Your time is up, Samuel, Mr. Smith announced calmly. At his gesture, 2 supervisors grabbed Samuel by the arms and led him to the whipping post. "I'm sorry, Samuel, but you've broken the rules. There are rules against encouraging others not to work and encouraging others to break the rules. You're only hurting all of us with your discontentment and your complaining and your disobedience. The whip fell, and Samuel let out a grunt. Without rules, without order, all would be lost. Without law, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases. We must all follow the plan and all do our duty for the betterment of everyone. And those who do not must be punished. The whip fell again, and blood flowed freely from Samuel's back. Samuel, it is you who are stealing from the others. When you don't do your assigned work, you are making more work for others. When you disobey the rules, it is you who are endangering the future of everyone else here. You are the thief. You are the criminal. You are the one trying to destroy the arrangement that keeps us all safe and prosperous. At every lash of the whip, the other workers cheered louder and louder, some yelling curses at Samuel. Being spoiled and selfish, you complain about everything, talking as if you're oppressed. But you are the one ruining things. You are the one keeping us from being all we could be. It is your greed and your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us. They all play by the rules, Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. What makes you think that you don't have to? You think you're above the law? There were loud yells of agreement as the whip fell again. We must maintain order, Mr. Smith proclaimed. To make this plantation great, to make it so that we can all be happy and prosperous. To have the society we want, there have to be rules. We all have to contribute our fair share to this great endeavor, and we cannot tolerate actions and attitudes that seek to undermine the amazing things that together as free men we have achieved and will continue to achieve. Mr. Jones was smiling as he gave Mr. Smith a pat on the back. The crowd was cheering so loudly that none of them had noticed that Samuel had died.
Okay, you shut it off. Yeah, shut it off now. There you go. Thank you. Whew. Okay. Well, what did you think?
Sounds fair to me.
Does it make any sense to you? What's going on now?
No, it was quite clearly illustrated. You know, the two owners or the two managers are obviously like the voting for your politicians, right? Left or right,
Well, yeah,
given the choice, huh?
Republicans and Democrats. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So there's that. There's the idea of the collective is and I
Police.
Pardon?
Police.
I didn't even see police in there.
Yeah, the security when they got whipped.
Oh well, yeah, but I'm thinking of the person who's announcing that they're getting whipped, and all that, because those are the Zionists. The one that was doing all the talking, right? The one saying you're now free men. Those are the Zionists.
Mm-hmm. You're getting it. Yep. You got it.
Yeah. And I don't know. It was pretty much like very clear to me. I don't know if maybe other people wouldn't see it, but what else? There's the idea that, see, at the beginning, it sounded good, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're no longer slaves, and you even get a piece of the pie, whereas they wouldn't have really gotten anything except food and lodging, right? They wouldn't have gotten, if they were slaves, by the traditional sense, they're going to be kept in cages and they don't have spending money or anything. So it sounded good. Okay, now you all get profit sharing, right, in the company. And that's supposed to make you want to make the... Now, I don't understand how come when the guy stole the cotton, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, when you're doing that, you're stealing from everybody, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
they all collectively own it. But he said when the plantation owners or whatever want to steal it, or what do they call it?
Sharing.
Sharing. See, I don't see where the plantation owners should be taking either. Like the guy shouldn't have stole the cotton for himself, and the plantation owners shouldn't be sharing. I don't know what the hell the sharing is, but
When they take it themselves, when the plantation owners took the product for themselves, was called sharing for themselves, not for the slaves. When the slaves took it, it was stealing. In other words, it's the government. They can steal money off you,
I know. I just don't
right?
know where this sharing thing came from. Like, how does that make any sense? Like the plantation owners, if they take from it, where's the sharing? Who are they sharing it amongst?
They're not. They're just using the word. They call it sharing when they take it. You understand what they're saying? In other words, they're not saying what they're using it for. They're just taking it. So the government says, well, what we're doing, we're sharing it among ourselves. The owners, we're sharing it.
That's not even a
It's
good
legal.
answer.
Well,
Everything else was like a good answer. It sounded like a good answer, right? Except that part didn't make any sense to me.
Well, let's put it this way. Let's break it down to really heavy. Does it sound like the government to you?
Oh yeah, definitely. It not only it. I don't think about it as the government. I think about the oligarchy. The bosses of the government. The
Well,
guy
the oligarch was a.
the guy who
Come on.
whips you, he's the government. But the guy who tells you how it's going to go, that's the oligarchy.
The oligarch was the ones that were controlling the Democrats and Republicans. The guy that was whipping was the cops. They're enforcing their laws. They're stealing.
Okay. I still look at that as government. I look at the cops as government. Like they work for the government. They don't work for us. They work for the government. So
And what do? We work for the government.
what do we want?
I says we work for the government.
Yeah, we are the government. It's people that we know, that we go to school with, that live on our street. They're the government. That's why I say not all of them know what's going on. They got a cushy job where they make easy money. But I don't think they understand that they're part of a machine that's driving to kill all of us, including them.
No, they don't know. Do you remember when Samuel got hit or got whipped? Everybody else was cheering. That was the people who didn't know what was going on.
That is the most eerie part of the story. And it's also when I used to watch, there was a movie called The Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Did you ever watch that?
Yep. I've seen that. Yep. Guy played in Hogan's Heroes.
Yeah. Richard Dawson. So
That's it. Richard Dawson. Yeah.
in the first, at about the 10-minute mark in the movie, there is an eerie scene. Now remember, this movie came out at 1978 or 1981 or something like that. So what happened was there's a big, there's big TVs in the sky, and there's PA system, and they're saying this month given a family member and receive double the credits. That line, it's not the exact line, I'm paraphrasing. That line, it gives me chills till today. But now I see it happening. They have snitch lines. If somebody's cheating on something with the government, they have snitch lines for people to tell on each other. And in The Running Man, in the audience, the people were bloodthirsty. They're going, okay, well, how are we going to kill this man? Do you want the electrocution guy, or do you like the violin guy, or whatever? I can't remember what, the frosty guy. They're voting on how they're going to kill these people. And the whole audience was bloodthirsty. They have an old woman who should be sitting there knitting or baking cookies, loving their grandchildren. She's going, string them up. And I thought, Jesus, that's scary. And then Jerry Springer came out, and I could see it in the Jerry Springer audience. And now Well, I was going to go into something else, but it's not the same topic. So when they said, when you told me about how they were cheering on, it was like they were convinced that that person that was actually one of them was their enemy.
Right. And that's how you are to people when you talk about government. When I talk about government on my stream, I don't want to hear it. Screw that sucker. You know, he doesn't know nothing. I'm the least one seen, but I have the most content. And no one cares. Do I care? No. But I'll tell you what, when this shit comes down, they're going to wish to God they would have heard me. I don't care.
My ego is trapped on the part where you said that's how you are when you talk about government. What were you saying? What do you mean?
In what
That's
way?
how you are. That's how you are when you talk about government.
Oh, that's the way I am. I don't care for government. I'm like Samuel. I don't care. I know how the government works.
You are like you're talking to me.
No, me.
Oh.
But I'm talking about people who don't care what I have, the content that I have out. I have all kinds of content out there. Every damn you think you can think. And I never thought about it till Guru says, hey, you got everything up there. We do, you know. And he's right, we do. And, you know, I mean, I'm still pushing it out there. And if people don't want to hear it, I don't care. Because I know what I have to do. I have to take care of myself first. I'm only doing this to help people, to get them on the right track if they're willing to listen.
Yeah, but don't forget, no matter how much we know, we don't really know anything, right? Don't forget, because
well, I know enough. Go on.
Yeah. Like for instance, what if the WEF does not plan on killing 6.5 billion of us or 7.5 billion of us? What if that they say those things to keep us in fear?
Good question. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
All right. I'm making potatoes. Oh, Saul, I'm so sorry. I was in the kitchen while I took advantage of while that thing was playing. Hold on, let me go back. Narc? That sounds bad. I wonder what that was for. Right, there is an Elysium then. What's that? Heaven? Or is that some kind of flower? I'm gonna catch a few Z's. I was glad to see you again. Oh, you've already gone? Oh man, space Jews. Yes, that was, yeah. Well, yeah. Later, cat and guest. I'll bump into you again. I don't know if you can hear me say goodnight. 2:17. That was 9 minutes ago. They could make a movie and call it Space Jews. Assets to the collective included. So sick. I don't know what that means, but you're gone. Sweet dreams, so. Thanks for being here. And I should have been preheating the air fryer because I'm making my Saturday's lunch at 2:30 in the morning on Sunday. He's back. I missed saying goodnight to Saul.
Hold on, I'm putting in the. Here you go. You wanted your question, you're going to get it now.
What? I can't remember what my question was now.
About the 6 to 7 billion people going to be eliminated. How do we know for sure?
Yeah, how do we know for sure that they didn't just plant that to scare us, to keep us in
Okay.
fear?
Watch this video. There's a guy that he names a doctor's name. Watch this whole video, and this will tell you exactly what's going on and who to check out about this.
How long is this
This
video?
it's 36 minutes long, but it'll go by
Oh,
fast.
come on.
Trust
Can't
me.
you just tell me the answer?
Oh well, I no. You wanted the truth. I'm not going to say a word. He does word by word. It's believe me, you're going to love this.
36 minutes?
Yep. Yep. You can cut it off. I'll tell you when to cut it off. How's that? When he mentions the doctor's name.
What, by him just mentioning the doctor's name is going to answer all the questions?
Well, he names quite a bit of stuff that goes on, how he did it, what happened, and everything else. You know, how he knew this, what he did to fool these people. They call them riffers.
Who
They don't call it riff.
telling the story?
What's that?
Who is the person telling the story?
Oh, I forget the guy's name. Doggone it. What is his name? I forgot
I
his
mean,
name.
how do you know that that guy is telling the truth?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Go watch the video. He'll show you the proof of it with the doctor. The doctor's name is Dennis Meadows. He works for the RIF. They call them riffers. Go to his stream and you'll find out. The doctor says that he wants to eliminate humanely 6 to 7.
But
I'm
what I'm
paraphrasing.
saying is, how do you know that this isn't an act with actors? How do you know that any of this is real?
How does anybody know what's going on? I mean, anything on YouTube could be fake. Anything. 100% fake.
And it's not just
Anything.
YouTube. YouTube is just
I
one
mean,
of the platforms.
Rumble, news, anything can be fake. So you do your homework. You do your due diligence. You find out.
We don't know these people. How do we bet these people when they don't even exist to us, except they show up on videos and documents? Like, what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is the oligarchy owns everything, including the people that they put up in front of us, including
And are people
opposition. They own
are people
everything.
are people dying now? Are we not eating poisonous foods? Why? Are we not getting drugs for free and putting it in our arm? Why? Are we not getting killed? Are we not getting raped? Are we not getting pillaged?
That is a controlled burn.
It's the same thing. It's killing. It's killing. It's killing people. It's killing people.
Listen, wait. What you're talking about, the WAF agenda plan of the $6.5 billion, what you're talking about is a Holocaust. So that's a lot different than the controlled burn they've been doing every day for the last whenever, you know what I mean? They're killing us off slowly in bits and pieces. But this $6.5 billion, that's a Holocaust, right?
Exactly. What they're trying to do is they're trying to kill people slowly, and with the rest of the people they can't get rid of, hopefully they can kill them humanely. Now the doctor said that already.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what if this idea being spread, telling us exactly what they plan to do, all right? What if that is meant to scare us? Just like they had us. Now, you probably weren't involved at this time in 2020, but in 2019, we were all concerned with 5G, right? 5G internet, 5th generation internet. You heard of 5G?
Yeah. What's on our phones?
Well, not on my phone, but I won't let that happen. So the 5G is frequencies, low frequencies, but very strong frequencies. And they use frequency in Parkinson's patients. They will put this graphene in their brains. Not that I'm a doctor, you do. They put this graphene in their brains in a capsule or something. Then they put frequencies through them. And what it does is it controls their tremors better. So now they've given people shots with reportedly with graphene in him, right? The Kool-Aid shots have graphene, hydrographene. And then 5G. Now, when people started falling in the beginning of the COVID thing, they showed us people in Wuhan, and they were just falling, like they were just falling to the ground, just dead. Remember those
Mm-hmm.
pictures? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, those of us, I call us Mad Hatters. Other people call us tinfoil hatters. We were all going on and on about 5G, and then we missed the what's it called? Experiment 201 or whatever it's called. It's on my homepage. I forgot what it's called. Event 201. We missed that coming out because who the hell's watching that station, right? And we're all thinking that when these people started falling, because coincidentally, they were talking about the rollout of 5G in Wuhan in January. And here we are in January, and people are, just as we predicted from what we understood about 5G, that what they could do is turn to 60 gigahertz, makes it so that your blood, your hemoglobin cannot accept oxygen. So you could choke, like, starve to death of oxygen, even though there's oxygen all around you. But if you've got 60 gigahertz coming through you, that your blood will not accept the oxygen in the air, and you'll just die from asphyxiation. So here are people dying from asphyxiation, and we're thinking that 5G is being beamed through them. That's not what was happening. It was something else. And in some of these cases, it was all acting. But they had already prepped us like a year, 2 years, 5 years in advance to be worried about that January 2020 rollout for Wuhan. And the same exact time, it was a date actually. On that date, they had people falling down from asphyxiation because they supposedly had COVID. So this was a psyop that they used on the controlled opposition, with the controlled opposition, trying to lead us down the wrong path because we thought we had it figured out, but we didn't have it figured out. A lot of people took a long time before they understood. I figured out in the first 2 weeks that it wasn't the 5G, but I did think for the first 2 weeks that it was 5G because I was primed by the controlled opposition. So what if the WEF, the Zionists, are planting this story about the 6.5 billion to put us in fear? Because they control the opposition, even if it's honest to goodness opposition, they still control us because we're running around like Chicken Little going, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. So they even have us in negative, not me anymore, but they even have us in negative vibes, trying to warn everybody because we're in the negative vibes, they're in the negative vibes, and that's exactly what the oligarchy wants, is for us to be in the negative vibes. If you stop running around like chicken, not you, but us, stop running around like Chicken Little.
You're not going to hurt my feelings, whatever you say. Go on. You don't have to say us. Just go on, talk. Go on.
But I was doing it too. I was going around like Chicken Little saying, you got to pay attention. 5G, 5G, 5G. And I was in those fear vibes. And it took me a bit, but I figured it out that I have to get out of those fear vibes. And you can't bust people's cognitive dissonance by hitting them over the head. It only makes it stronger. Like a bridge gets stronger when you put more weight on it. They get more stronger in their cognitive dissonance because you're slapping them in the face with it, going 5G, 5G, and they're going baka. They're not listening. They don't want to hear it. So you have to let them. Has to be gentle. You have to just point the gun.
Here we go. You ready?
All right.
Okay. Now we have 8 billion people on this planet right now. Correct?
Okay.
All right. Now, AI is coming up. It's already here. They're going to get robots.
8 eyes?
They're going to get AI.
Oh, AI.
Artificial. Okay,
Yeah.
artificial intelligence.
Right.
They're going to get robotics. They're going to have robots. They're going to take our job. They want 15-minute cities. You can only allow so many people in a 15-minute city. Okay. What are they going to do with people who don't work?
Oh, none of us have to work. We're going to get paid incomes.
You're sure about that?
Well, that's what they said here anyway.
And you believe them? Liars.
No, I don't know. I don't know if that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying that's the story.
I mean, if that was the case, they'd do it now. They start giving us free. I mean, they got over $10 trillion they can just give us, and they don't do. You can give us $1 trillion. So meanwhile, we got all these people. They're not working. They're not producing anything. They're sitting around taking in government money. That they're not making money back to the government. You think the government's going to keep spending people? Now, also, cows fart. That's the whole idea. Methane gas, correct?
Oh, why? Because we're sitting on our asses? We're going to make
No,
more?
they want to get rid of cows because it shoots out methane gas. They're destroying the environment, the air.
Get rid of cows or just...
Yeah, they want to get rid of them, kill them, eliminate them. You didn't know about that?
No.
Yeah, look it up and Google. So that's what the WEF wants to do. In fact, they got rid of the Netherlands. They're getting rid of the cows. Anyway, because of this, because cow produce methane gas, what do you think humans do?
We fart. Especially
And what do we fart? Methane gas. Yeah. And are you ready for this?
What?
Okay, we are a good contributor of nothing but resources. We take in resources. We burn natural gas, gasoline. We're throw shit out there, make it littering. They don't want this. They don't want this. So what are they going to do? No, China's doing it right now. They're rounding up all these people right now through AI. CBDC.
People who fart.
Huh? No, they're rounding up the people, getting ready. They're getting ready for it. And they are eliminating people.
Well, I know they're eliminating Indians.
So what do you think that the WEF's going to do? Now they control, I should say the UN controls the WEF. BlackRock's got over $10 trillion in the bank for this. So you think they're just going to let us walk around free?
UN.
Huh?
That's who owns the UN.
Yeah.
BlackRock.
So again, do you think they're going to let us just walk around free? Not work?
I don't know. I leave all these things, to me they're just possibilities. Like I don't know. I think more about the way that we react with each other and what's going to happen when when you don't have the mark of the beast on your hand and you can't buy food and you can't go to the doctor or whatever. Not that I want to go to the doctor, but you know what I mean? We won't be able
I understand.
Yeah, I know about those things and the social credit score thing. So if you do as you're told, you get more money or you get more access to your money. You don't do what you're told, don't get the shot, whatever, you're not going to have access to your own money. So you better know how to find your own carrots then. Or have something to barter.
And they can do anything they want to. As soon as they get that CBDC. We got to, neuter you, spade you. We have to do some experiments on you. You need this shot. You need this. This is more supplemental for you. You don't want to eat this stuff. We're going to give you this. You don't want to eat it, then you're not going to get any food. Oh, you're driving wrong. Well, there goes your credit score down. You just obey the government. Well, there goes your credit score. Less money.
Yeah.
You're spending too much. You're saving too much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to cut down your pay. This is all in the factor right now.
And you can't even save the money in your pillow because there won't be any something solid to hold for the money.
And this is why I'm getting off the grid. I don't want nothing to do with it. If they come after me, After I get out of the government, then it's going to be just me and him. One person's going down with me. I'll guarantee you that. But I'm not taking this. I fought for this country, thinking I'm doing it for freedom and democracy, and just to be slapped in the face. No, I'm not
But you
taking it.
didn't really fight for the country. You fought for. You didn't fight for anybody, but I mean, you weren't doing any fighting. But
No, but I
you were,
went in the military, but I could
yeah,
have fought, right? Right. But I
yeah,
went
but you
in.
wouldn't have been. You wouldn't have been doing it to protect the country, though.
No, you're right. But I would have thought I was doing it.
Yes, you would have thought so. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I thought when I did it. The freedom and democracy. Gotta help American people. It's a fake country, America. And, this is what, gets me mad. And see my friends coming back in a box or blown up, Agent Orange, and the government don't even help them out.
Not only
Dismisses them.
that. Sorry.
What?
You were talking, or did I? You finished?
No. I'm done.
Not only that, but also when the soldiers go to fight in other countries, they're actually helping the oligarchy. They're helping businesses get footholds in other societies so that they can break them down with the materialism and the corporatism and all that stuff. Because, in Afghanistan, they were just flying kites and stuff. Like they didn't have like all this corporate bullshit. And so they're breaking down societies. So what soldiers are actually doing is they're not fighting for freedom. They're fighting for enslavement because they're making the oligarchy stronger while they go to these other countries doing the murdering. So they're not fighting for anybody's freedom. They're fighting for slavery.
Bingo. I love you, girl. I love you. You're absolutely 100% right.
Yeah. But
And
I try to tell the kids of today that.
Well,
did you say that
I didn't.
we watch Monty Python? Did you say you're a fan of Monty Python, or was that somebody else?
Yeah, I used to watch it as a young kid. Yeah, I sure did. Yeah.
Okay, well, one of the favorite sketches are the four old men that sit around and they go, well, I used to have to get up and we lived in a shoebox. We had to sweep the street before we got any breakfast. Oh, well, you're lucky you had a shoebox. We lived in a rolled up newspaper. And then one guy had to get up 5 minutes before he had to go to sleep. or the other way around, something like that. And then right at the end of that skit, and they go, yeah, but you try to tell the kids of today that.
Yeah. It was ahead of its time. It was. It really was.
Holy shit was happening before, the old people were telling us when we were young. They were telling us about how the country were going, how society was going. It was like, back in my day, da 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 da. We didn't do this, da 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 da. And we didn't listen to them. We just figured they were just bitter old people who didn't like to see change. Right?
No, I listened to my grandparents. I did. I mean, I would sit there and just listen to them about, the stock market crash and what happened, people jumping out the windows and how they survived, but they worked together. People worked together. Huh?
You grew up in the 50s and I grew up in the 70s.
Excuse me. No, I grew up in the 50s.
I just said that.
Oh, I thought you said 60s.
No. I was born in 66, so I wasn't really growing up until I wasn't hearing old people say things until I was past 4 years old. So it would have been in the 70s that I heard it, and you heard it in the 50s. And so people were different. That was like 15 years difference. You were more polite to listen, and you were more respectful than in my part of the generation. We were less respectful. We fought against. The 60s hadn't happened yet when you were growing up, right?
The 60s didn't happen yet? I don't.
Yeah, you were born
understand.
in the 50s. Well, the 60s was when people started going against the conventional way of things. So in the 50s,
Oh yeah,
people were very conventional, whereas
yeah.
in
That's
the 60s, more the 70s, because the 60s for us in North America was 65 to 75, right? So I was born in the non-conventional time. So you had more, you listened to your grandparents more than I did.
what had happened too is that it started booming too in 1950 after the World War II and the Korean War. Then things started really building pretty good, and prosperous in 1950.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but I'm
yeah.
just talking, you said about you listening to your grandparents, and
Hmm.
I was sort of resenting them. I really only had my grandmothers. I didn't have any my grandfather died when I was small, and my other grandfather didn't even exist. So, but it was my grandmother's. I did listen to my grandmother with some things, but when she was trying to teach me to cook, I was just busy getting pissed off because my brothers were playing video games. Why do I have to learn to cook? Why do I have to do all the dishes? And they get to play video games after dinner with dad. So I wasn't listening. I wasn't respecting. I wasn't disrespectful. I wasn't rude, but that was on the outside. On the inside, I was like, get me out of here. I don't want to listen to you. So I'm just saying, like, the attitude was different when I think I told you about my grandmother saying about the Xmas, right?
Yeah.
I listened to her in things like that. She was the one who told me I'd live in an RV. I woke up from a dream, and it's still with me. And I said, I dreamt that I was in the living room and I was sitting at the window and I could see the lines of the street, of the road going underneath me. And she said, oh, she says, that means that one day you're going to live in a Winnebago.
Wow.
Because to her,
She's
she
right.
calls them all Winnebagos. And then, was it 30 years later? 30 years. 30 years later. I was 12, and I was 42 when I went to go live with Theo in the motorhome. Like, it really did happen. And I didn't do anything to make it happen. It's not like I went out to work and saved the money and got a driver's license and got myself it just happened. So I did used
Wow.
to listen to her in certain things, but otherwise I was just, get me out of here.
Yeah. It's going to be a mess. I'm telling you, it's coming. It's going to be the same thing, but worse. What happens if it's stuck? It ain't going to be nothing. The bad thing about it is the rich people are going to be set. They're not going to be hurting. Us
Are you
poor
talking
people.
about the depression?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, big depression. Yeah.
Well, I think they're going to kill us before that.
No, they want us to go in those 15-minute cities. They want to, make sure that they know that we know that they
You're
are
jumping
the
around
owners.
topics.
Huh?
They were talking about the depression just now.
Yeah. Yeah, depression. When that hits, you're not going to have a house. You're not going to have anything. You're not going to have food. You're going to have to rely on government. And they're going to give you crap food.
So you remember in 1997 and in 2008, we had stock market crashes.
1997. Yeah, okay.
1997 and 2008. They were two really bad years for pretty much everybody. So, and this is when the stock market crashed. This is when the false bottom out of the housing market crashed. All kinds of things like that, right? Now that in the 30s would have been the depression, but they have managed to mask it. They've managed to soften the blow. So why didn't they make that blow harder instead of softening it back then?
Election time coming up,
2008 was an election year.
They have to make it look good for the people. We're going to do everything in the world. We are going to do this for you. We are going to do that for you. And as soon as they walk in, fuck them. And that's just the way they are.
I'm just saying that they had the choice to not make They could have made it so that the bottom would drop in 1997 or in 2008. They could have made it so the market would drop and make it so that people were jumping out windows and, you know, killing themselves instead of having to go pay cops to do it. So why didn't they do it then?
I don't know. You have to ask them. I don't know. I know it was part of the plan. Whatever they were thinking of. Everything was set pre-planned ahead of time. What's going on right now? Everything.
I hope you understand that when I ask these questions in opposition to the statements, it's because I'm thinking it through.
No, I understand. Yeah, I just go with the flow. I see what's going to happen. I'm living now. You know, I use the past now and then just to reference in something, you know. If you say something, a word, I'll think of something in the past, relate to it. Is it good? Is it bad? You know what I mean? That's all. I don't think about the past anymore. I don't. I just use it for reference now and then. I don't dwell in it. I'm thinking ahead what I'm going to do about this. It's coming up, and I know it's coming up.
This is part of me using some of my critical thinking skills.
You know, it's
okay, how do we know that that video is really telling us something, or if they're not just furthering the fear and they're trying to make it look more real?
I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. If it wasn't real, if I didn't think it was real, I wouldn't have it out there. I'm not that way. We are going to find out in just a short, within a year or so. You okay?
Yeah, don't, just keep talking. I just smoking a joint.
Oh, okay.
I'll mute.
We are going to know within a year or two what's going to happen. They have to press this fast. They only got 2:30 to do it. In that time, they got to start manipulating people, and we're going to see this. I don't want to be here to see this. We already know CBDC is coming, central bank digital currency. We already know that. Why are they doing that?
Well, that's
why can't
easy. That's an easy answer.
All right, I'm all yours.
Or whatever you called it, the central bank
digital currency. Go on.
Currency. That's because we can't hide the money under a pillow. They will have control whether we get it, if we don't get it, how much we get, whether we're allowed to lay our hands on it or not. It depends on whether we're cooperating with them or not. They can't do that with cash because we can just take the cash out of the bank and put it in our pillows and then use it to pay for things. So they have to make that cash nullified and then use something else that they can have 100% control over.
All right. You just mentioned the word control. All right. Now, the RIF. Why do we have a RIF? Why do we have the RIF for? Why do we have the RIF? Why is it that the RIF control our elected officials?
What's the RIF?
World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab.
I'm not hearing properly. Okay. Okay. World Economic Forum people. Why do we have? Well, we don't have them. That's the oligarchy's organization. It's not ours.
Why do they have it?
To keep things in order.
What?
They're fucking Nazis.
There you go. And what's going to happen to us?
I don't know that. I'm not saying that it's not possible. What I'm saying is, what if there's another goal that we have not identified, and we're still in some dream state thinking that we figured it out?
Regardless, if it's another goal, we're still going to be screwed. We are still going to be screwed.
Yeah, I don't
I don't
want to put that message out. I don't want that message from me that we're screwed. As far as I'm concerned, there's always a solution. It's just that we
there is. Get out of the grid. Get away from government.
Solution, but that doesn't mean that they won't send armies after us into the forests.
Again, if they do, then it's my game. I don't want to live in tyranny. I don't want to be executed. I don't want to be a guinea pig. I don't want to eat their rotten food. I'm tired of it. I don't want to. I get off the grid.
What I'm saying
and if they come after me, who cares? If they come after me, it's my freedom. It's my right. Now you're in my game. I'm off the grid. I'm not with you. I don't want nothing to do with you. You come after me, We're done. That's it.
What does that
I'm
mean we're
dead.
done?
I am. I'm done. If they come after me, I'm done.
Oh,
But someone's
yeah.
going to. But someone's going to die with me.
Oh,
I'm not going to
okay.
aim. I'm not going to aim at the chest. I'm going to aim at the balls. Where there's no vest. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I am not saying that people don't have the right to protect themselves, but I'm saying that that kind of thinking will go against the light beats dark thinking. And I'm thinking about beyond this life, that if we somehow make the choice to try to beat dark with more dark, that we might be doing some damage to the universe. Maybe not. Maybe we're just
Okay.
acting
All
things
right.
out, and there won't be anything that will happen in the end. It's just a play that we're acting out, and we all end up fine in the end anyway. After we leave this life, like, you know.
Well, the question is, who am I hurting when I get off the grid? When I just make my own garden, plant my own trees, be my own self.
Nobody.
Eh,
But the dark
right.
comes from I'll take someone with me when I go.
Exactly. If they
That's the
come after
dark.
you think I'm going to stand there and get slapped in the face and be handcuffed
No.
and be subjugated to their tyranny? No, I try to get off the grid. I was being polite. I
I'm
don't
just
want
gonna
nothing to
die.
do with the government.
I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna give up.
Exactly. Because it's going to happen anyway,
I'm not gonna take
regardless.
anybody with me. I'm just gonna give up.
You know,
But like, I'm not gonna take anybody with me. I'm not gonna
I am.
employ dark against dark. If there's anything I can do to save myself, I will. But I'm not gonna just take somebody out with me just because they took me out. Then I'm gonna take them out too. I'm
You
not
know,
gonna.
it's do or die in the military. If someone is shooting at you and you don't shoot back, you deserve to die.
What you're.
But at least you get but at least you get a chance to shoot somebody back. You don't just sit there and act like a duck. Say, come on, shoot me. I'm right here. You can get to live scot free, and I got to die because of you. No.
Sorry, that's my. It's my phone talking to me, telling me to get to bed. Sorry. Go on.
Oh, that's neat. I like that.
I programmed it because otherwise I'll just stay up for days and then end up really ill. So I
like
just
that.
try to remind myself you should be going to bed now, but I hardly ever listen to it because it's a fucking phone and it can't kick my ass.
I love you, girl. You're all right. You're all right. I know we do. I know me and you have two different set of standards. I guess because I was in the military and I've learned a lot. I know how the government is, and I don't blame you for being skeptic in what I say. You know, but
but it's not just what you. I mean, I've come to most of these conclusions already myself too, and been told same thing. We're just getting the same education. It's just a matter of how we employ it is the individual part, right? So I'm trying to get the message out that everything's about energy, and that if we can raise our energy, we won't feel that I'll take somebody out with me kind of thing. We'll just raise our energy. I mean, like, whatever, since I've been the way that I am, hardly anything bad has happened to me. Like, shit happens. So there's always going to be some kind of something that's going to make you grow, some hurdle that you have to go over to make you grow. But at the same time, since I've been not thinking that I don't focus on any bad spirits around me, only love around me and stuff like that, I get the same back from the universe. And I feel like if you make that on a bigger scale, like, you know, the oligarchy coming to exterminate us, that somehow if we don't try to beat dark with, if somebody's coming at you with a gun and you have to protect yourself and you have to shoot them, I have no problem with that. That's just trying to survive, and we're built with that instinct to survive. We wouldn't be built with that instinct if we didn't need it, if it wasn't proper, right? So that's different than saying, okay, fine, if I'm going, I'm taking 3 of you with me, kind of thing. That's it's the attitude, it's the energy of that attitude is what I'm focusing on. The energy of the attitude of revenge, for instance.
no, it's not revenge. It's called self-preservation. I'm not going to, if I'm getting off the grid, I'm telling you, leave me alone. I don't want nothing to do with you, government. I'm on my own. I'm self-efficient. I'm doing the best. I ain't bothering nobody. I got a good family going on. But you come to my land for something that I didn't do. I didn't break any laws. And you're coming in with guns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no, it ain't gonna work that way. You know.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you have to protect yourself, but you didn't just say that to protect yourself. You said, you're coming with me. So,
well, that's what I meant. That's what exactly what I meant. Yeah.
You're a dead man and you're going to die anyway. Why would you take somebody with you?
Well, because I did what I just said. They come in my land purposely for something I didn't do. They're asking for trouble. They're looking for trouble.
So you're using darkness to fight darkness.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
But you're not going to survive anyway. You just said.
Exactly. But someone's going with me.
Survive anyway. Why employ darkness on top of that?
Because that's just the way I am. I got stabbed one time in the right lung.
Oh.
And I beat the shit out of that son of a bitch until I found out he stabbed me. I felt blood in my arm. I said, you stabbed me like a freaking pig. We both ended up in a hospital. When the cops come on over to find out what's going on, I says, this guy's still in the hospital? Is he here? No. I said, you sure? Because I'll look for him. And I did. I looked for him. I looked all over the damn floor. I was so mad I was going to kill him. You know?
That's revenge.
This is the way I am. Huh?
That's not survival. That's revenge.
You're damn right. There's no reason in the world why a man should stab me.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the difference between protecting yourself and revenge is the difference between the light and the dark, right? So it's one thing to protect yourself. You have the right as a living, breathing being to protect yourself. Every living thing has that right. That ability might not happen, but they have that right. However, to then take someone with you because you're going and you're thinking, well, I'm not going to just suffer. You're going to suffer too. That's revenge.
Oh, he suffered. Trust me. He got Freon all over his face. He got Freon. Oh, and his face was just blue. Every time it turns cold, he's going to feel it. He's going to remember me.
I don't blame you, okay? I come from a land of revenge, okay? I understand it completely, but I've had to question it and rework myself so that I don't do that anymore. I'm not that serious about my revenge, but I was big on revenge. It's justice. Revenge is justice. But it's not. It's not, and it doesn't help anything.
I might have saved somebody else's life. He might have stabbed somebody else I don't even know about now.
The only way you do that is by killing him.
Right. You got it. Now what a
How did you save anybody by beating him to a pulp?
You know, they'd have to get me off of him. I'll tell you that. I was mad. Oh, was I mad? Ooh. Stabbed me like a freaking pig. But, you know, it's just, and again, I'm an easygoing person. You can call me anything in the world. I don't care. Just don't touch me. You know, that's when I rave up. And this is the way I am, you know, and I try to get away from things. My dad told me a long time ago, never get yourself in a situation you can't get yourself out of. And this is what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to get away from government. I don't want no part of government. I don't care about government. It's a bunch of bullshit. And if people want to stay here and listen to the government, it's their own. Me, I'm going to get out of here if I can. And I'm going to enjoy my life, what life I have left. Just don't come looking for me and expect, here I am, arrest me. You know?
Yeah.
Government has not done anything for anybody. And they're not supposed to. They use you. They abuse you.
Yeah.
And I've seen it all my 72 years. I've seen it with my grandfather, my dad, and me.
Yeah. But the government is the gun. It's not the shooter.
Doesn't matter. They have to survive. The only way they can survive, they're a business, the government is. And the only way they can survive is on our taxes. If we all left the grid, they wouldn't know what to do. They couldn't even handle themselves. They couldn't even cook for themselves. They wouldn't know what to do.
See,
And that's
the corporations are the ones that we have to divest from, right? The corporations are the ones that are telling the government to do this to us.
right.
So, to me, I don't identify the enemy as the government. They're just a tool of the enemy. And the enemy is the corporations.
But does the government follow the corporate rules? Yeah. That's why they
No,
have
what they do is
lobbyists.
they facilitate the corporate rules. They facilitate.
Agree. So they're still part of it, though, right?
Yeah, but I'm not going to call them the ones that I'm. So see, the whole idea of divesting is to take the power away from the corporations, because government is how you use it. The government could be a good thing if it ran the way that they told us that it runs.
But it's not going to. That's what I'm trying to say. They don't care.
But it
They're
could.
they're making their money.
Yeah, but they're us, so we can just replace them in a different purview, a different what do you say, perspective.
No. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
What?
It's a revolving door for them people. We don't vote our presidents in, when they
I
go
know that.
for.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, they're the one that they're picked, and this is the people you have to pick, just like the plantation.
Yeah, but
we got.
But if we just get rid of the corruption and make a world where governments actually do coordinate for us, because all they really need to be doing, they don't need to be making decisions for us. What they need to do is we pay our taxes, and not the exorbitant taxes, but something that we contribute to the whole, and they take that money and they put it to where it needs to go. They're coordinators. That's what they should be doing, not telling us what's healthy for us, not telling us, when we can leave our house, or if we have to wear a mask, or any of that other shit. They just should be taking in, as our employees, coordinating our resources so that we're sharing them in a way, so we're building the roads and we're helping out businesses by giving them loans and things like that. Those are good reasons to have a government.
The main objective of a government was supposedly just protect us from foreign and domestic, not to get involved in corporations, not to do special favors to pass laws because the lobbyists give them money.
Right.
The main goal was just to protect, and they're not even doing that. Now,
right, but if we reset, this would be a whole generational thing. We have to bring up a whole generation in a new way before it would even start to work, by taking out all of these. No more lobbies. Take out, first of all, everybody in the government gets fired. Every single last fucking person in the government gets fired. We then show the new rules. The new rules will be very succinct, not 20,000 fucking laws, just a handful of laws that cover everything, and get new people who want to. We interview everybody, anybody who wants a government job. We interview them. We ask them questions, how they feel about this, how they feel about that. Do they understand what's fair and what's not fair? Once we've identified collectively what's fair and what's not fair, I think it's better if we have smaller communities, right? The community talks about just like 7 or 10 people in one community, each community, right? But do it with 100 or 1,000 or whatever, but smaller communities, so that we are in touch with each other. It's not one guy over 20,000 people representing 20,000 people who never talk to each other. We need to be able to talk to each other and have these philosophical discussions as to what's fair and what's not fair. And we may need to break off into different communities where they think this is fair, and then this other community thinks this is fair. So they get to live with their common beliefs. So you think it's okay to take someone down. I say it's not good energy for the universe. So
The energy I don't care about. The energy I could care less about. My energy is more important than anybody else's right now.
Okay, so in your community, that's the way people think. And in my community, people think my way. So we can live with like-minded people so that everybody understand what's fair. And then we have envoys from each community that are elected or who volunteer to be the spokesperson for our community.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have understood rules on how to communicate with each other so that we're not making fights. This is, like we have Robert's rules in government. There are rules on how to argue, right? What's fair in the arguments. So we have a book of rules of how it's fair to talk to each other. And our UN would be probably like 5,000 people.
Well, what you're saying is true, and this is what I'm trying to start if I can do it myself. But I'm going to tell you something, and you remember this, okay? All 50 states in America. I'm saying America so people know where I'm at. And when I say America, I care less about it. But in America, from cities, counties, state, and government, they're all corrupt.
I know. That's
Every
why everybody in the government
one of
gets
them.
fired. Everybody.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. People don't stick up. They don't stick up for each other. We're tired of the government. Get rid of them. The only time you see anything is when they have BLM, tearing down a statue or going after because of George Floyd or something like that. But other than that, the government, nope. They won't even touch the government.
It only takes one generation.
The generations are being indoctrinated now in school.
Yeah, but let's unindoctrinate and re-indoctrinate with something better.
The only way you can do that is take your kids out of school and teach them yourself.
That's right. That's what my daughter does.
And that's the only way you can do it. But do you see it though? People are still complaining. Well, our kids are being taught, LGBTQ. Well, get them out of there. Why would you have your kid in there in the first place?
You know why?
Mhm.
Because they need a babysitter.
Exactly. And the government does that purposely because you have to work 2 jobs just to make a living.
That's right. You have to pay your visa bill off so that you can pay for your car and your house and your cottage and your boat and your computer and the kids' phones and all that stuff. And you need to keep that up. So you're on a running wheel, and you have to run that reel to keep everything going. And meanwhile, the kids are playing GTA after school and nobody's at home.
I gave my kids certain privileges, and I did give them cell phones, just make sure anything would happen to them. But if they abused it, they didn't get it. But I'll tell you one thing I had to do, and was I mad? But I had to do it. One day I come home, my daughter got her ass beat. She was only my daughter. She come home, she got her ass beat by 3 girls. By 3 girls, not 1, not 2, but 3. And I see she knows this. What the hell? I just come home, and my wife's holding on to her. And I said, "What the hell happened?" So I had to go to the principal's office.
Right.
Talk to the principal. Says, "Well, we can't do nothing. It was off public schools. She was on her way home, and we can't do nothing."
Right.
I said, "Okay, fine, no problem." So what I did is I grabbed her. I says, "You are going to karate," and I took my son there. Cost me an arm and a leg. 5 years. I took him there. The same girls, a year later, went after her. She cleaned their clock. Now the principal's calling me. I had to go to school. How could you be so merciful teaching your kids karate? I says, "What do you mean?" She says, "What kind of a parent are you? Don't you know they're over there beating people up?" I says, "No, they're not. I know better than that." I says, "When I came here the first time, I asked you to do something about it. You didn't. And I said, I'll be damned if my kids are going to be hurt again. So I took them to karate. I said, now how do you like it? And I left.
I don't get what she called you in for. Was she complimenting you or was she giving you shit?
No, she gave me shit. She didn't like the idea that my daughter beat 3 of them up.
And why did you think I wouldn't like that? I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, well, no, I didn't say you. I said her, not you. It had nothing to do with you. I just wanted to give you an example of what's going on. When I say something, it has not anything to do with you. If it is, I'll tell you. You know.
I heard you say, this is what I heard you say was, you're probably not going to like this.
Well, yeah, because
story. And I'm like,
meaning that,
I love this story.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an expression meaning that get ready for this is what it means in our terms. So, yeah, get ready for this. I got to watch the way you talk. You guys are different than I am, language wise. But anyway, yeah. So then I found out. If you ready for this, when they got out of karate, they got tired of it. A year later, the instructor was arrested for child molesting.
Oh God!
And that's the truth. Yeah, he was put in jail for 12 years.
He didn't touch your kid.
So we had to ask our kids, huh?
Sorry, I was getting to that. I was like, he didn't touch.
Yeah, we had to ask our kids. Yeah, and not one of them. You know, so we asked them. You know, that's no, Dad. I said, okay, no problem. You know, I'm glad to hear it. But yeah, my jaws dropped. We're doing this purposely, so they can be protected. And the same guy that's teaching them is a child molester. And I don't believe this. You know.
You dropped there. I don't know if you know that.
No, I didn't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but you said
okay.
You weren't.
I just couldn't believe it. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. You know that's the whole idea was to protect them. And here, the guy that was good in karate is the one that's being a child molester, the sensei. I just about freaked.
What happened to the guy?
He went to jail for 12 years.
How many people?
He lost his business. He had a big business too. He lost everything.
How many children did he violate?
They didn't say. They didn't say. And I don't want to lie to you about it, you know.
No.
That aspect, yeah.
The truth is all I asked for. I don't need. You don't have to make up an answer.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Identified that in court, or you just didn't.
Oh, the kids. I can find out with my wife. I didn't pursue it after that. My wife did. I can ask my wife tomorrow and ask her if she knows any of the names of the children that he molested. Because he used to have overnight parties, which my son never went to. You know, so yeah, he never went to that function. Overnight parties over to karate.
He didn't go.
No, he didn't. So, and I guess apparently that's where it happened at overnight parties. So. But we'll see. You know, I'll ask my wife tomorrow, and I'll find out if she knows the people.
We used to have a teacher, a band teacher, and he let us come over to his house one time. Like, he took us over to his house, and it kind of felt weird to be at the teacher's house because they live at the school, right? But he just seemed like a cool guy. But I wonder if years later, if there are any stories, because he used to bum around with some of us, not me, but other kids that were allowed to stay later at school, and it was almost like he didn't grow up himself.
Yeah, you do meet people like that. You do.
Yeah, but it's also the profile of someone who might be a child molester. Because they've got arrested development, so they go after. I think that's what happens with a lot of men who go out with young girls. I don't mean diddlers who molest little children. I mean men who are, say, 27 years old and they go out with a 16-year-old girl, kind of thing, right? I feel like they don't think it's wrong because in their heads they have like a 16-year-old maturity level. So they go after that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I do. I do.
Now, that's just me being compassionate, but that doesn't mean it's okay.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I do.
I'm just trying to be understanding. Because that changes the hate. You know, because that creates a lot of hate when there's some guy or woman, but usually it's a guy, who goes after a young girl, if you can try and understand and have compassion for that human being to understand why they did what they did, doesn't mean you excuse them from their behavior. It just means you don't hate them. They get punished. They have to serve time, or they have to go for help or whatever to make it so they never do it again. But the hate, the energy of the hate, that's what I'm saying is not necessary.
Well, if you want to solve the problem, just castrate the sucker. He'll never do it again.
That's what I mean. Like, to me, that's going too far.
Yeah. Well, that would solve the problem, though. You wouldn't have to worry about it. Let him out in society,
Well, don't forget that rape is a violent crime.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not just the Zionist doctors, shrinks saying it. It's true. I've thought about it long and hard. It's true. It's a violent crime. So, you know how we were saying about the two dogs, two male dogs, and it's a power thing? And two guys in the jail, it's a power thing. Well, I forgot what we were saying. What I was saying?
Talking about about forgiving them, more or less. I mean, you don't forgive them, but I mean, have
Don't hate.
Yeah.
Don't hate. I can't remember. Oh yeah, right. No, that it's a violent crime, rape. So if somebody, what is happening is the man is using his dick as a weapon. It's not a pleasurable thing. It's a weapon. He gets some kind of pleasure out of it, the same way that you might get pleasure if you were to commit the revenge, right? It gives you a rush, the revenge, right? Same thing as the violence of a rape might give a rush to the person from the violence. So you just take away their wanting to have sex. That's not going to take away the violent rage they have.
Well, if he does it again, you cut off his what. Let him be a female. See how he likes it.
No, that's what I'm saying. You just said that. You castrate him. But what I'm
Well,
saying
castrate means you cut his balls off. You don't cut off his weenie. If he does that second time, cut off his weenie.
Right.
And then make a female out of him. See how he likes it. There's no reason in the world where a man has to pound himself on a woman, force him. That's bullshit.
Muscles.
He
still has biffs, he still has muscles, and he still has testosterone. So
I understand that, but there's no reason in the world why a man should do that. There's no reason in the world where he has to force himself on a woman when she says no. It's not right.
I agree, but I'm saying that taking away their sexual stuff is not going to take away the rage that made them use their sexual stuff as weapons.
Then shoot them in the head. Get it done. Get it over with. Simple.
Now you sound like me.
That's what you do. I mean, if that's the way they want to do it, get rid of it. If you get a bad apple in the barrel, what do? You get rid of it.
But my compassion button tells me that's somebody's brother.
That compassion button's going to kill you one of these days. I guarantee you. It's going to happen. And you're like, oh, I'm going to be compassionate. No, you don't do that. You can't. You can't do it nowadays. It's not like the 50s.
Well, I can't make it back to the 50s if I don't act like it myself.
All
the people in Toronto are moving into the fucking condos up here, and now people aren't saying good morning on the streets anymore. But I still say good morning. I still talk to the people on the streets because I'm going to keep the standard. For as long as I'm alive, I'm going to keep that standard and get people to think, hey, I could say good morning to people too.
I understand you say where I live at here by Detroit. Okay. No one says anything. I got neighbors here I talk to. How you doing? What's going on? And that's it. I need help or they need help. I'll help them out.
Otherwise, you don't look anybody in the face.
But yeah, when I go up north though, everybody, how you doing? Can we help you?
Uh-huh.
Is there anything that we, a totally different atmosphere, totally different.
Right.
And you're right. I'm not used to it. I'm like, whoa, and then until I get the sense of them, they're like, oh, okay, they're being correct. This is their nature, you know. But down here, no,
Does
you're
it
right.
inspire you to do it?
Oh, yeah, I always do it. Believe it or not, I always have manners with people.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so
What's
it's
going
not just
on? Whatever.
manners. It's not you're
Huh?
reaching out to your fellow man. It's not just manners like you bump into somebody and you say, "Oh, I'm sorry." It's that you're reaching out to your fellow man and wishing them a beautiful morning.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to say that. But if I
That's
feel
an
something
energy thing.
yeah, but if I feel something wrong with the guy, I totally walk away. I won't say a word.
Okay, but because I make it a way of life, I say good morning to everybody I think is safe enough to say good morning to. I can't really judge that. So I just say good morning to everybody. But it will help people to think to themselves, hey, I like that. I'm going to do that too. I can't mandate it and legislate it. Everybody should have to say good morning to each other. But I think people will like the energy and the feeling of that and want to carry that through.
Again, I'm the type of person that does things differently. Like I said, if I'm in an elevator, it's boring. Listen to elevator music. I'll say, "Who farted?" Or I'll fart and walk away and blame it on somebody else, just to break the monotonous.
That's good vibes. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, and I do it.
Laugh.
Or what's the damage when I'm paying for something? What's the damage? Like laugh her ass off. I have finesse, and I relate to people. Believe me, I can relate to people. But again, I'm not going to take their bullshit. That's the difference. I'll treat you the way I would like to be treated, and there's no difference in my thought. And that's why I say when the time does come, I can change that light switch and just do what I got to do. You know what I mean? But I don't like it. It's not my nature, but it will be my nature if it has to be.
Yeah, I just don't have that bite in me anymore. Not that I could ever really do any damage to anybody physically, but I would have fought to stay alive before. Now, I rather like being in this position of having hardly anything to lose and just going, that saying about raging before the dying of the night or something like that?
No, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it.
It's from a poem, and I'm not doing it justice. Rage before. Do not go quietly into that good night, but rage. Anyway, that's the way I always thought before. And now I'm just like, why not just go quietly in the good night?
Well, not to hurt your feelings. And I'm saying your feelings now. Okay.
No.
You heard that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have family, and I'm responsible for what I have. I have to protect my family. To do that, I have to protect myself.
To fight for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm doing. Yeah.
If it was 10, 20, 30 years ago, I would have something to fight for. And I was planning on my escape routes, and I had food. When Theo died, I had nothing, and I had to go to welfare. And welfare, all the money I get from welfare pays my rent, and then nothing left over. So there's food banks, but I couldn't bring myself to go to the food bank. I kept on thinking that other people needed it more, even though I had nothing. But you know what I had? It ended up being 5 months worth of food that I had stored up for the apocalypse. And I ate that. Yeah, I didn't have to. He died in October. I didn't have to go to the food bank for the first time until March, the following March.
Well, if you go to a food bank, which we did when we were on welfare, I was on welfare one time, 1981, when you couldn't even buy a job. I was on welfare for 2 freaking years, and it drove me nuts. I had just got done with college, heating and cooling. When I went to welfare, we had to go to work to earn our pay. They asked me what I would want. I said, computers, computers, computers. You know what they gave me?
Computers?
No, refrigerators.
Oh.
When I went to class, the teacher, every time he said something, I'll raise my hand and answer. He says, he took me to the side. He says, "What the hell are you doing here?" I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "I'm asking, what the hell are you doing here? You know everything I'm saying." And I said, "Well, I asked for computers and they sent me here." He says, "You want to be my pupil? To help the others?" I says, "Yeah, no problem." And I did. But trying to get out of the system, they tried to, they demean you when you try to get your food stamps every 6 months. You have to re-up. They demean you, but you want to get out of it. And I told my wife, once I get out of this situation, I am done with these mother freakers. And I did. I got out of it. And I never went back.
My mom told me about the food stamps in the States. She said that it was meant to demean people. It was a demeaning thing for people to have to take out those food stamps. Because I was thinking, great, free food, right? But my mom said, no, not the way they do it with the stamps. And then apparently there came a card. So now they do it on a card.
They do. In my time, you just could buy meat, cheese, all the milk. Now you can buy
government
pop.
cheese. Government cheese.
Oh, is it good? Oh.
Did you have them? You had that?
Yeah. Yeah. It's called a WIC program. Look under WIC, WIC. You'll see that. Yeah, that's where we had to go to.
WIC. I know that WIC, WIC, because when I was in the States, Theo's great grandnieces or something like that, they had kids and they're on WIC, and that got them bottled formula and stuff. So that they said they need their WIC. But the other thing I think is called the EBT card or something.
Yeah, we didn't have EBC. We had those. What do you call that doggone thing now?
Yeah.
It was paper money, is what it was. You ripped it out. Stamps. Is that what they call it now? Stamps. Okay, yeah. Food stamps. That's it. Yep, that's it. And people would look at me. We just get, once a month, and we'd buy something, and I'd give them the money, and they're all looking at me, what a lazy son of a. I'm like, oh.
That's what
God.
my mom said. She said it was designed to humiliate people.
Yeah, that's what it was. And I you don't understand. I just got done with college, and I can't find a freaking job. Oh, that just tore me up.
Well, you know what though? That got you going, because I'll tell you something. It's very easy to sit back and just take and not have to give back. It becomes addictive.
No, I didn't like it.
If you hadn't been ashamed, you might have just sat back and never took flight.
Well, if I would have been in debt, I would have been shafted. I would have lost everything, but I was never in debt. So the food stamps helped me out until I could get out of it in 2 years, I mean, it was a pain.
You had a good upbringing. You watched your parents do what they're supposed to do. They performed their task. They did it well. And you grew up to do the same thing. And even though it sounds like it's indoctrination, it's also a good system.
Yeah, I love my parents, my grandparents as well. They were good to me. They were good.
They taught you good, and you saw them going out. You saw your dad go out to work. Did your mom stay home with you?
Yeah, she did. Eventually, they got a divorce, though, and it was hell. It was hell. My mom was trying to work, trying to take care of 4 kids. One day, and I'll say it on here, I'm not worried about it. I used to cook for myself, and I come home and I seen some hamburger in the refrigerator, and I used the hamburger and I ate it. She come on home. She says, "Where's the hamburger?" I said, "Well, I ate it. I was hungry." She says, "That was for dinner." I didn't know that. She got furious. She come on after me with a broom, started beating me with it. I grabbed that broom, broke it around my knee, threw it on the floor, and says, "You'll never hit me again." And I walked out and went to my dad's place.
How old were you? 16?
Let's see. Hold on.
15? 15.
Let's See, I was in 7th grade. I
14.
just got done with 14, right around there. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, because and then
So
did you have another fight with your father at about 16?
no. My dad
You
was.
never had a
I needed my
showdown
dad.
with your dad?
Huh?
Every guy I know has had a showdown with their dad
No,
at 16.
not my dad. No. My dad was a
You just
millwright. He
had it
had
with
arms
your
on him
mother
like you wouldn't
instead.
believe. Huh?
You had it with your mother instead.
Oh yeah. But I needed my dad at the time, and I didn't realize that until I lived with my dad. I mean, I was
Yeah.
growing up to be a sissy, and he changed the routine on me. And I'll tell you what he did, and I respect him for it. What he did in my lifetime, he was fantastic. And I use
Cool.
a lot of his thoughts. I mean, what I do in my life.
Mm. That's good.
Yeah. So
Instead of what would Jesus do, it's what would Dad do.
yeah. Oh yeah. I wouldn't change it for the world. Right now I'm on my last leg. Probably I could live 10 years. I could die tomorrow. Whatever. But at least I can say I had a good life in the 50s and the 60s, and then a little bit of 70s.
Mm-hmm.
But
Just ate my starch.
I will say one thing, and like you, if my wife ever died, God forbid, I would never get married again. Never. Not because I didn't like it, but because my wife spoiled me, and there's nobody could ever take her place. No one.
I spoiled Theo, and then he went and popped his clock.
Beg your pardon?
I
I didn't
spoiled
hear that.
Theo, and then he died.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know you miss him. I know you do.
I do,
Mm.
but I don't regret anything because everything that happened for me and not to me. So I never did this kind of introspection before he died. I never thought about how I don't love myself. I didn't even understand any of this shit. But I needed to be on my own to learn these lessons that a lot of other people already learned earlier on. But I was never alone. And I always thought that my value came from other people. So having a boyfriend, husband, whatever, my role was in what I could do for the other person. That was my value. When there's nobody to do anything for now, there's nobody to take care of. Nobody's depending on me. What am I going to do? My life's nothing now. But my life's not nothing. I need to be more grateful for my life, right? So it took me till I was 52 to be on my own. Seriously, it was like 6 months there that I was on my own in all that time in my life. Up till 42 or 52. I mean. It's only in the last 5 years that I've really been getting to know myself, getting to know more about what I'm more capable of doing by myself. I don't always need somebody else to help me. I didn't get a license because that's the man's job to drive.
I'll have to tell that one to my wife.
Well, that
She's
was
got a
supposed to be
license.
Well, how come you have to drive her?
She doesn't like driving. She never did. That was one of the stipulations when we got married, is you got to have a driver's license. She did. It's like before we get married, I used to talk about sex, right? Mm-hmm. She told me, hey, just stop talking about sex. You can talk about sex when we get married. So when I got married, she says, all right, now you can talk about sex. You ain't going to get anything, but you can talk about it. You want to make somebody smile every day?
Mm-hmm. Have sex?
This is what you do. This is what you do. When a person, how you doing? You know what you say?
No.
I'm fat and happy. I'm above ground.
That sounds like what an old woman would answer.
Well, that's what I tell them all the time. I'm fat and happy and just above ground. And they don't know what, like, they start laughing their ass off. Yeah, that is a good day. Yeah, it sure is.
I'd rather just have the sex every day. That would put a smile on my face.
Oh, great.
How you doing? Fine. Want to have sex?
Hey, you might get accepted. You never know.
Yeah, but by what? Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
Not much choice out there. And it's not because there aren't single guys. It's just because everybody's stupid.
Yeah. Well, you hit that right. When I was in Oklahoma for artillery, I told it's a nude. We had latrines. There was in a separate building. We had our barracks, and you had to go outside and go to this latrine. All right. So in the middle of the night, I got up. I went and did my thing. Guy walks in. He's taking a piss. He's screaming his lungs out. Scared the shit right out. What the I thought he was high on drugs. So I went back to my barracks. Next morning, the company commander come on outside. With him, behind him, was that kid I'd seen taking a piss, screaming, right? So the company commander says, this man here, and he's pointing to the guy that, urinated that night, screaming. This guy's got gonorrhea, some sort of pee-pee disease. So if anybody's got what he has, you better form a line behind him, and we're going to go to the clinic and get it fixed. Even if you think you might have it, you half the freaking platoon left. And we all laughed our asses off watching them march to the clinic to get shots. Oh my God, it was hilarious.
All these people were suffering?
Huh?
All those people were suffering?
Yeah, people who thought they might have had it or did have it. Form a line. Yep. And half the platoon left.
In a line, that means they were suffering.
Well, they said if they have it, if they think they have it or they have it, yes, you're right. And half the platoon left. It was hilarious. I had never laughed. We all laughed. People didn't get anything. Oh, we laughed our asses off. Oh my God, it was hilarious.
I think that's what, didn't they say Hitler had that? Gonorrhea? Or no,
I don't know.
It was syphilis. It was syphilis.
I don't know.
It was the one that makes you crazy.
Was it which cult that had that? That mafia guy? What the hell's his name? And he didn't want a shot and he died of it. Help me out with El Capone. I think it was El Capone.
Al Capone died of a venereal disease?
Yeah, check it out in Google. I'm thinking it was him, yeah. He knew about it and he didn't want a shot because he's scared he's going to get killed.
He knew it, but what?
He knew about it, but he was scared he was going to get killed. The shot, they're going to kill him. So he wouldn't take it.
Oh, you mean if he took the shot, they'd put something in the shot that would kill him?
Right, to kill him. That's what he's scared of, yeah. I think that's what it was, syphilis that he died of.
I don't know much about Al Capone, but I know that it was something stupid that they put him in jail for tax evasion instead of all the racketeering and all the other shit. Come on. But I guess that's all they could prove against him. They couldn't prove anything more, I guess.
No. Now to show you how mean the government is, and I went to West.
How mean they are.
Oh yeah, I went to West Virginia. Now West Virginia is strictly hillbillies. All right. Now I'm naive. I went to my friend who's a hillbilly. Is a friend of ours that died. His name was Cotton. They never used their real name. It's always nicknames. His name was Cotton. He died. So we went over there. Well, that was a hell of a drive, and we had a place to stay. Guy, let us use his home. And the next morning, a bunch of people were together, forming an alliance, talking what's going on. And they looked at me and they said, well, who are you? Well, I used the actual name of my friend's father. And they said, yeah, okay. And all of a sudden, my friend come on up. And he says, no. He says, who he's with. And he used the nickname. They went, Oh, that's who it is. Then my friend looked at me and says, don't ever use the real name because they won't understand who he is. But if you use their nickname, they'll understand. And the reason why they use nicknames because if the FBI goes after them, they won't know the real name. They just know the handle or their nickname. And the reason
what
for
were
it
you
was
doing? What was the activity that you were doing?
someone died,
So,
and we went to the funeral.
and don't use your real name at the funeral.
They don't use names. No, they use nicknames. Everybody, because they make moonshine.
Well, you didn't tell me that part, did you?
Well, I was trying to. That was at the end. The reason why they don't use their real names is they make moonshine, and if they use a nickname, they can't. They don't have the actual name to find the people. That's why, quite a.
Gang
But
members do.
Huh?
That's what gang members do. They have their street name. They don't use their real name. They use their street name, and that way, when the cops come, they go, "I don't know. His name's Lefty. I don't know what his name is." They can't look.
That's
up
why they
Lefty.
use. You're right. That's why they use it
Yeah.
for. Yeah. But the government, they're poor over there in West Virginia in certain parts. I mean, very poor. They're in the holler, in the woods. And the only way they can survive is to
Yeah,
make
'cause they're all a bunch
moonshine.
of alcoholics drinking moonshine.
Yeah, well, yeah, they that's the only thing they have. And the government goes after them to ruin their livelihood. You know what I mean? And it's a shame. It really is. Because the government wants their tax money. So they go after these people who make moonshine to try to make a living for themselves. They have nothing down there. Nothing.
Well, they have whatever
It's
it
amazing.
takes to make moonshine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're making a profit out of it. Yeah.
I gotta grab some dog food. Hold on a second.
Okay. That figures. Yeah, that figures. Unreal.
Come on, Sam. Come on, my babies. Come on. I have to take him out soon too, but how many am I close to the 6 hours or no?
Are you what? I can't.
Am I close to the 6 hours or no?
Oh, no, I just checked it. You're at 5:19.
But so I still got another 40 minutes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, and then
I just checked it when you walked away.
I'll take them out.
You see how many people you have on your stream right now?
No.
You have 0. Just same as I do. Every time we talk about government, they all take off. They don't want to hear it. Now, for me and you were bitching, screaming, yelling, calling each other names. My God, you'd have everybody up here watching this.
I don't know what happened just now, but before that, the whole time we were talking, I was looking at that area, and I saw that we had one person or two people that whole time we were talking.
Hmm.
So they probably left when we stopped talking.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so we did have one. I think the one person is somebody who likes to record.
Ah, okay.
So, I don't know if they're genuinely there or not. Could be Nudie just spying.
Nudie? Yeah.
Yeah, he's spying on his 2 students.
Yeah, that's okay. I respect Nudie like you do. I do. There's nothing wrong with Nudie.
Get in there in case he's listening.
What's
We
that?
respect you, Nudie.
Eh,
Yeah, or it could be what's truth, and he's just recording me.
You know, he helped my ass out. He really did, and I appreciate it. I couldn't ask for any more help than what he gave me. Seriously.
Yeah.
He put the puzzles, like you said, together for me. He did.
All he did for me was he tried to put them in, but I don't always. To me, sometimes they don't fit together. They're missing a piece of it. But yeah, he gives me puzzle pieces, but I put them together because I've got other stuff to add to it. Right, I've got other ingredients that I learned outside of him that I add to how I put it together. Who knows? Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I don't know. But if my gut tells me that I'm more right than what I'm hearing, I got to stop fighting that. I got to go with what I think is right.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Me, if I think I'm right, I just keep quiet, saying, well, if he's right, he's right. If he's wrong, well, I'll just keep quiet. I'll just, I'm not going to cause a fight, argument. It's just okay, whatever. You're right.
That's the more humility.
Because I found out you're not going to change a person's mind, regardless. If they're stuck on what they want to think of, and if it's true, then that's it. It's true then for them.
That's wise. I have trouble employing that, but it is true. It's the wise way.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's because the way that I interact, I'm looking for reciprocation. So if I'm not getting the reciprocation, I feel slighted. I feel like it's unfair, it's unjust, and I want to fix it. And I should just leave it alone and not give a shit. But it did.
Boy, that didn't sound too good. I heard that.
Oh, that's my dogs.
Wow.
I just put out the food, so now they're like. Samwise is the smaller one. He's the son, and he's only like 5 pounds, and Frodo's like 16 pounds. So, so the little one, he's got that Napoleon complex.
Mm-hmm.
I call it the "don't step on me" complex. I think they're just scared of being stepped on.
That's good. Oh.
But he's protective of his food because Frodo, the father, the big one, he's like a big dumb Odie. Remember Garfield?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The cat. Remember the dog Odie?
Yeah, I do.
And how Garfield felt about that dog? Well, that's Frodo. He's a big, dumb, loving dog with a temper. But, it's because his heart's so deep. And Samwise, who's the cuter, smaller one, that's him. He's like a grumpy old man. He's like a tiny little grumpy old man. Ever since he was like 2 years old, he's been a little grumpy old man. Because Frodo will eat from any plate. I had to make 2 plates. Because, that blue buffalo stuff? They had like blueberries in the thing, right? In the food.
Mm-hmm.
Frodo would eat out all the good parts and leave the regular parts. And Samwise would get pissed off because he didn't get any of the good parts. So I had to start putting in 2 bowls, put 2 plates, and then Samwise guards his plate. Actually, he is a cat. He thinks he's a cat. He will eat from Frodo's plate and guard his own plate.
Wow.
That's fucking smart. It's not very moral, but they're dogs.
Yeah.
That's freaking smart. Eat from the other one and then save your own like this. I swear, I was going to show that to Nudie because Nudie was saying like, animals don't do this and animals don't do that. And I was like, I thought of this example, but I can't remember what the topic was to put it in there. But I was going to say, you haven't seen my dogs. I didn't teach them to do that. I make sure the food is always flowing. The food and water is always flowing. It never stops. Some people say they only feed their dogs at a certain time, right? But I was used to having cats, and you just leave the food out. So that's what I did with the dogs. The food is always flowing. There's no reason why he has to protect his food. He knows more is coming. His whole life.
Yeah. See, and they depend on you.
Well, yeah, they're domesticated, so.
Yep. Just like we are in the government. Yeah. Just like we are. Well, hey, I'm still involved in this government bullshit. You know, I got to do it until I can get out of it. So
somehow you had a plan, because there's no way I could scrape together enough money for Toronto Maple Leafs tickets, let alone some land.
it depends what happens in 3 months. We'll see. You know, I'm trying my best. I want to get people on board who really want to learn with me. You know, because I got to learn as well. You know, I mean, I got knowledge, but I don't have enough.
Sorry, I thought you were talking about money and not depending on the government.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I got to find out within 3 months how much money I'll get to move out here. I got to figure out, huh?
Are you talking about for a pension, or are you talking about some kind of settlement?
Some sort of stock market.
Did Nudie get you in that?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And it's growing. He's right. It's growing big.
It's the devil's playground.
Like I said, we play by the rules just to get out of the rules. Use the system.
No, I know, but
Use the system.
It could burn you.
Nope. It's all set and ready. I'm going to use the system. They're using it, and now I'm going to get the hell out of their system. I'm going to play their game for once. I'm not going to play what they want me to be. I'm going to play their game. And Nudie's helped me out. Did
you use real money, or did you use the
Oh yeah, I used my money, my real money. Yep, I sure did.
No, but do you mean like petrodollars, or did you use the computer money? The Bing, what do you call it?
I don't understand what you mean.
You guys were talking about before that it's not the petrodollars that we've all been using our lives. It's the computer
currency, Bitcoin currency.
Bitcoin, yeah. Did you use that kind of money, or did you use petrodollars?
No, I used petrodollars to change it into Bitcoin. I used my money to change it in Bitcoin.
I have trouble believing it's even real.
Oh yeah, it's real. Trust me, it's real. I got to do certain things every 2 weeks. I got to upgrade it and everything else. I'm getting myself ready. I'm waiting for the nude, and we're going to do it. And if I get the certain amount of money that I'm thinking, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I mean, New Guru has not lied one bit.
I don't believe he lies. I don't believe he lies.
No. I mean, we went from 20,000 to 42,000 right now, and it's still going up.
From 20 something to 40 something.
42,000. Yep, and it's still going up.
So you had to have the 20,000 to begin with, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm going to have like triple. I'm going to triple it. I'm going to triple the money, even more than that. I don't know yet. We're going to find out.
It's like gambling at the casino, though. You have to know when to get out, know when to hold them, and know when to pull them.
That's where dude's going to help me out. He knows this. He knows it up and down, and he's all set and ready for it. He's on board. And like I said, when I get this and I figure out how much money I got to play with, then that's when I'm going to do my dirty work to get off the grid. So I'm using the corporate's money. Huh?
He always hints at shit, but he doesn't fucking tell me the answer. He just hints at some shit. And it's like, I'm always telling him that I'm going to win the lottery, right? I'm going to use the power of the universe, and I'm going to win the lottery, and I'm going to build myself my compound, right? And and believe me, it's so fucking elaborate. Oh my God, you'd love it, right? And And so he said like cryptic things to me, like, how do you not, how do you know that you couldn't get it some other way? That's not the only way to get it. And I'm like, that's the only way I can see. $3 get you a ticket, and if you don't play, you can't win. So, but if I have to go to a food bank for my food, obviously I don't have money to invest in anything. But he kept on saying to me, like, there's other ways, but he doesn't say what the other ways are.
Ask him. He'll tell you. He's not scared. He'll tell you. I've
I
asked
know
him.
he's not scared, but why didn't he just tell me what I was saying at the time?
Well,
He just hints at things.
like he told me when I first started out, and I can see where he's coming from. When I first started out, he didn't mention nothing. He's trying to get me to be indoctrinated through the government. Once he started seeing me becoming indoctrinated by the government, then he moved on to the second level. And I didn't realize what he was doing.
Point system.
Now, he just said I graduated from second grade. Okay, meaning that I excelled. Okay, yeah, that's what he told me. So now he's telling
That
me
wasn't
about
to you. That was to Nudie. If Nudie's watching, okay, because I'm the troublemaker student. I don't fall in line. That's my problem for him, is that I don't just fall in line. So I'm never going to fucking graduate to second grade because I won't fucking comply.
Well, because of it, he's showing me other stuff now. And what he's showing me, I just can't believe it. How the government is manipulating us and how we can manipulate them to get out of the grid. And I mean, it's amazing what he's showed me so far. Now I got to go through the process.
So easy.
Huh?
He keeps on saying it's so easy.
No, it was not easy for me. And he'll be the first one to tell you that. But I kept going. I wouldn't stop. In fact, I got mad one time. And he said, I would think about it. I said, well, give me a day. And I said, you know what? You're right. I'm going to keep going. And I did. And I'm glad I did.
You kept going what? You mean in the market?
In the market, yeah. And I did something stupid. I'm not going to tell you what happened. Yeah, I did something stupid, but it was my fault. And I realized it. But I kept going, and I'm glad I did. Now, he showed me how to get property. He showed me what to do, how to do it. And I got to do some more running around. But it's going to be worth it at the end for me. You know what I mean? If I can get off the grid, I'll be tickled to death. Now, if I can, I'm trying to get people who are willing to come to the land to grow their own garden. And if you want to be one of them, if I can do it, I'll send you over here. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if I can do it for you, but I'm just saying, if you want to come over to the United States and you want to live in the property, you're more than welcome.
How is this money distributed?
What's that?
This is a joint venture?
If I get enough money, it can be. Yeah. I told Nude that if I get enough money, I'm going to get extra property, get a commune going so people can live off the land, so they don't have to be dependent on government. And everything's going to be for free. All you have to do is work the land. That's all. Get together, build your own home, whatever you want to do.
Sounds like a plantation to me.
It is, but without hardly any rules at all. No, you're right. It is. It's a plantation, but no government rules.
No daily, no daily beatings.
No daily meetings, no nothing. Yeah, it's up to you what you want to do with it. If you don't want to survive, you don't make a garden and you survive, then you die, whatever. If you want to learn, then you learn. You know what I mean? I'm not going to press the issue. It's going to be whoever's there. You guys work together. You guys decide what you want to do. I don't care. So, I mean, that's the end game. So I promise, dude, if I get enough money to do this, I'm going to do it. So we'll see. But, and I'm going to call it the Nude Foundation for his activism to help me out. You know what I mean? To show him how much I appreciate what he did. So, I mean, we talked quite a bit. I mean, backstage 13, 15 hours. I mean, he drilled me. And I kept asking. I mean, we got some pretty debates. Not screaming and yelling, but we got pretty debates here. And, when I check it, what he said, bango, he was just truthful as hell. I'm like, damn. And he would actually show me stuff that he said, on Google. Here it is, there it is, blah, blah, blah. You need this, you need that, explain it to me in details because I was interested. I wanted to learn more, and I still want to learn more. So we'll see what happens. I'll know within 4 months. So, and he's been honest with me, and I can't complain. He really has. I'm a good guy.
Yeah, you
honestly.
You are a good guy.
Like, dude, I don't want to see other people being suffered by the government, I want them to have a good time and relaxed life and do what they want to do, Wake up in the morning, go, fresh air, good sunshine, Get to know your neighbors. But right now it's speculation. I just got to put it in gear. It's going to be up to me to do it. So.
So is there going to be any, once you set this thing up and it's a joint venture, then how does the money flow after that?
The money flows. You won't need any money, really. You'll be self-efficient. And if you want to do it, you just sell food out there in the corner or sell it to other people who need it.
But there's ownership still going on, right?
Beg pardon?
There's ownership still going on. Somebody owns the land.
I can't tell you about that one. I'm going to keep that quiet right now until I get it done.
I know. I'm not trying to jinx it. I'm asking how the system works, and I'm not asking you to jinx yourself with anything. I'm just asking how, how the ownership works, because there is ownership equals equity equals money. So
the land is going to be for free. You don't have to pay anything. Nothing.
Are you talking about the Bureau land? The
land that you're going to be on, the land I'm going to be on, is going to be scot-free. No taxes whatsoever.
The only way
so you don't have to worry about that.
Would be Bureau land, land Bureau. How does it go? It's government land. Like, it's open for everybody. Anybody can be on it, but you can only be on it for 3 months, and then you got to move.
Nope, that ain't it. It's called restricted land.
Restricted land.
Unrestricted, yeah.
Who owns it right now?
Nobody.
Somebody's got to own it.
Nobody. Okay, if somebody owns it,
if nobody owns it.
Here's the deal: when you buy the unrestricted land, you pay no taxes. Means you don't get no police, you don't get no fire department, you don't get no garbage man. You get nothing. You're on your own because you're not paying taxes.
But that would be communities of sovereigns.
There you go. That's what you want. You don't want influence. Too tough. It's the law. They can't do nothing. They can't do a damn thing about it.
Every corner sewn up. So no, there's
no, they don't. No, they don't. One guy already bought property, unrestricted land, and he's living good. He lives a mile from the town, and he's happy. He pays no taxes, and it's on YouTube.
Who did he buy it from?
I'm not quite sure yet. I'm going to find out more when I get involved in it more. I haven't done nothing yet, but I'm going to search for it. Nudi's going to show me how to get to it, and we're going to do it.
But you said anybody can have this land, correct?
As long as it's unrestricted, yes.
Oh, I thought you said it's restricted. It's unrestricted.
Restricted, yeah, unrestricted land.
Restricted or unrestricted? They're opposite.
UN, unrestricted. In other words,
Yeah.
no government involvement. No, you don't have taxes. You won't. It's going to be good.
Well, they have that in every state.
Yeah, they have it. Look under Google. Look under Google right now. Look under unrestricted land. That'll tell you more than I can tell you, because I'm learning myself.
Can't read the small writing up. That's a pain in the ass. Okay, I'll just look it up here. Yep. Hopefully I don't make that noise.
Huh?
Hopefully I don't start making that noise.
Okay. Use your seek and spell.
Yeah, that's what I'm using, but that taxes the computer and then it starts to make that. 10 things to know about unrestricted land. This is from landhub.com. 10 things to know about unrestricted land. When it comes to investing in land, it's important to be clear on what different property definitions really mean. One particular type of land that many buyers run into trouble with is unrestricted land. Without the proper background and knowledge, you may think that unrestricted land means you have free reign on the property. However, that's not always the case. Interested in purchasing unrestricted land? Here are the important facts to keep in mind as you start your search. What is unrestricted land? Unrestricted land generally means the property is free from restrictions typically defined and enforced by a homeowners association. I know what HOIR, crash course, depending on where, okay, I don't need that crash course. For unrestricted land, here are the top 10 things to know about unrestricted land. In a perfect world, buying unrestricted land would be straightforward and pain-free, but unfortunately, that's not always how it works. While unrestricted property is a great option for many, it is important to have all the facts. Okay, fuck, all this introduction, just give me the 10 facts.
Yeah, I know.
You're responsible for validating the property's unrestricted status. When it comes to the land listings, many sellers love to throw in unrestricted as a keyword, but it's on you to do your due diligence and confirm that the property is actually unrestricted. Many owners may believe that their land is unrestricted, but do your research and save yourself from headaches later on. Nudie probably already knows all that. The term unrestricted can be misleading. It's traditionally been understood that unrestricted means that it's unlikely a homeowners association exists, but that doesn't mean that the land is completely free from restrictions. Check with your real estate agent to see if there are any local zoning restrictions, deeds, or easements. Easements would probably be a problem. Local zoning's restrictions can impact how you utilize your property. As mentioned above, land may be free of restrictions from a HOA, but there's still a possibility of regulations and requirements from local zoning that will dictate how you can use your property. The property likely has some type of easement restriction. It is not so common that a plot of land is totally free from restriction. Easements can impact where you place your driveway or if you can even have one. That's because easement restrictions cover things like sewage, gas lines, traffic, utilities, and more. Check out the neighboring property before buying. Purchasing unrestricted land can be exciting, but if your land is unrestricted, there's a chance your neighbors also have unrestricted land. What is their property like? Do they have a lot of junk outside? Are there any pre-existing agreements with the neighbors? These characteristics could ultimately affect your property's value. You probably don't care about that part.
No.
You may not be able to remove trees. Well, that's good for Nudie because Nudie won't like it anyway.
Mm-mm.
Many first-time unrestricted land buyers are surprised to find out that there could be restrictions on tree removal. That's because state departments of environmental protection and other similar agencies are likely to have restrictions in place to protect natural resources. If you're looking to buy a piece of land that you want to clear, it's important to check this out before purchasing. You can use unrestricted land for just about anything. Although we said you might not have free reign on what to do with your property, fucking Americans and their bad spelling. It has become more popular to use unrestricted land for homesteading or placing an RV or tiny home on the land. Farming, timber sales, and raising livestock are also common ways to utilize unrestricted land. Pre-existing deeds may impact your dream for the property. Deed restrictions. Okay, so these are things you have to check out. Owners hold the deed in owner financing deals. Okay, what's this mean? If you'll be purchasing your land through owner financing, what does the owner financing mean?
I'm not sure yet. I'll find out.
Okay.
I got to go through the process.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought you read about it first. Be sure
Not
to
everything. No. Go on.
keep in mind that oftentimes the owner holds the deed until they are paid in full, which is when the buyer either makes the final payment or refinances with a mortgage from another lender. It is possible for land to be completely free from all restrictions. While most of the points above may lead you to believe that there are no truly unrestricted land, that is simply not the case. It is totally possible to find a property with absolutely no limitations. Be sure to do your research and enlist the help of a seasoned professionals, especially from the area from which you're purchasing the property. With all of this in mind, you can move forward, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so who owns the goddamn land? Who are you buying it from?
Don't know until you get there, I guess. Could be another person that bought it, doesn't want it anymore. And there's a couple of factors I have to check too. I got to check the ground, make sure the ground's all good. Make sure there's
how much nutrients are in the soil and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. The trees around there, because I don't want trees around my house. I want at least 50 feet away from my house.
Because of the bugs?
No, because it tears up your gutters and everything else.
Oh, the fruits.
Yeah. Plus, I can plant my fruit trees around there. Where they'll get sun. You know what I mean? Without being. So I mean, I already have it in mind what I got to do. I'm not 100% positive what I have to do, but I'm damn well sure that what I have to do is to survive on.
Having trees there, it's a 50-50 thing, because if you have tall trees over your house, you can actually save on, if it's a hot place, obviously, then you've got shade for your house. That's going to save you on AC or anything if you're going to have AC. And it protects you from some of the weather, protecting your house.
Yeah, but it does a lot of damage. Believe me, it does. I had trees around my house here, and I had to get rid of them. They were tearing the shit out of my my gutters are falling and everything. I said, that's it. And I got rid of them. So it's really nice I don't have the trees.
Are you planning on building a house, or are you planning on buying one with the house?
I don't know yet. I'm thinking about going through what's his name? Elon Musk's homes.
Huh?
Elon Musk.
His homes?
Yeah, he's got homes he built. The modular homes, like.
Oh,
So
like out of
I'm thinking about going that way.
a
I forgot what they
container?
call
A
it. Box.
container?
Yeah, it's a box. I forget what they call it. Yeah,
It's a
box something.
container.
And they come assembled real fast. And they're like 400 or 800 feet per box. And they build it up. You have 9 minutes left.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
What would I do without you? You
Hey,
got me
no,
every single time. You help me every
no
single time.
charge. Yeah, I keep an eye on the time.
I
I just don't want you to get ruined. 6 hours, and then you lose.
won't get ruined, but it might.
Yeah.
This stream might not get put back up if I got a strike on it. I couldn't fix.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're all set.
What did I say?
So anyway, Newsman helped me out, and I can't complain one bit about him. I mean, he's doing his best. He didn't have to, and he's.
Why would you complain about him?
Yeah, I mean, he's really helped me out, and I didn't know all this shit, So I know I'm starting to know it now, and I'll know more when I go through this stuff, and I'm going to show my daughter what I'm going through, so she can help us out, or she can help herself out next time. You know what I mean? We'll just play it by ear. That's all I can tell you. See what happens.
Well, you're getting
But I'm getting up.
family. You're getting the property for the family, aren't you?
Be pardon?
Didn't you say you're getting the property for your family?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. Yeah, so they can get off this grid. I don't want nothing from government anymore. I'm done with them. I spent 72 years trying to help these people out, and they just kept shafting me, and I'm done with it. I know when to quit now.
Well, I never handed back my passport because I needed my I found out about the sovereign movement after 2008, and I started learning about it bit by bit, and I was considering it. I was, learning about the fact that it was maritime law and the whole Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Constitution's amendments and all this stuff. And remember, he was American, I'm Canadian. So we were always going back and forth 6 months, 6 months. So
isn't that
what?
Go ahead. Go on. I thought you were done. Go on.
So I needed my passport to go back and forth. So I'm just getting you the invite for the new one. Okay. Here's the invite for the new one.
You got 6 minutes left.
I'm not going to worry about the person in the...
Somebody just wrote something.
Yeah. I did. I just showed you. I just gave you the link for the new...
Oh, okay.
The new one.
Yeah. Okay, hold on here. That's in chat.
Oh, I gotta write. I gotta write something to this Jason person because when he wakes up, we won't be here.
Okay, I'll meet you in the other end then. I'll go with her now.
Okay, I've got it open. I'll let you.
Okay, thanks.
Jason. Above is the link for the new live stream when you wake up. Oh, I heard you.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I hear you. We're backstage on the new one, and I've still got the old one open. I'm just waiting for the message so I can give it to Jason. I don't want him to wake up and nobody's there. And I mean, he's a big adult. He can fend for himself. Okay, person watching faithfully in the stream, probably just taping me. We're going to the new one now. Oh, no, that's Saul. He was already gone. Okay. See you on the catch you on the flip side on the old one.